Okay, hold on. Blech.
A powerful liberal dark money group is secretly funding some of the biggest Democratic influencers on the internet. And I got a hold of their contracts, payment terms, recordings of their meetings, pitch decks for the program, email and text messages between the creators discussing terms, company communication, and more. My story is out right now on Wired, and it's linked in the description below. But before we dive into the nitty-gritty details of who is secretly funding some of the most prominent Democratic voices on the internet, it's important to understand what's been happening over the past 9 years. In 2016, I was a politics reporter covering the election. I was traveling across the country, attending Trump rallies and talking to voters. And one thing that a lot of them had in common is that they had discovered Donald Trump and his MAGA movement on the internet. They were bombarded by his content on platforms like Facebook and Reddit and fed his messaging through a burgeoning ecosystem of far-right online influencers and forum admins. Online influence was central to Trump's rise and played a huge role in his 2016 win. On election night in 2016, while almost the entire mainstream media was huddled up in the Javits Center watching Clinton lose, I and a small handful of other journalists were across town at the Midtown Hilton, where Donald Trump was camped out with his family and campaign advisors. I was in the room at the Hilton when Trump won and stayed at that event until 6 in the morning. What was notable that night, and why I think that evening was such a watershed moment, is that when Donald Trump took the stage for the first time as the incoming president, he was surrounded by new media. That big party room at the Hilton was packed with MAGA influencers, far-right internet personalities, and popular online figures. And when Trump took office just a few months later, those influencers were there again. They all got together to celebrate the night before his inauguration at an event called the Deplorable. The event was a who's who of early MAGA content creators. It was organized by right-wing influencers Jack Posobiec and Mike Cernovich. Other online figures like Cassandra Fairbanks and Gavin McInnes were also in attendance. The Deplorable was held at the National Press Club, and a Peter Thiel associate involved with planning the event said, quote, "Doing it at the press club asserts that we're the new force in town." The whole night, and I was there, was about how MAGA influencers were the new media. Attendees vlogged the party and posted an endless stream of content to Instagram and Twitter. The Deplorable was live streamed on YouTube and the conservative live streaming platform Right Side Broadcast Network. When Cernovich spoke to the crowd, he talked about how the influencers had been able to seize control of the media through the internet. He said, quote, "We ran Twitter. The ground had shifted and media had been permanently upended. But back then, legacy media and certainly the Democrats absolutely refused to acknowledge it. I will never forget getting up on stage at a DC event in 2016 to give a slideshow presentation about influencers like Jake Paul and the entire crowd just laughing. Throughout the 2010s, the mainstream media continually declared that the influencer industry was dead, that content creators were just selfie-obsessed narcissists. Not a single mainstream media outlet had a dedicated beat reporter covering the content creator industry. Instead, legacy outlets declared this whole shift towards independent influencers as a fad. They refused to acknowledge how online influence played a pivotal role in Trump's win, aside from blaming Russia for buying Facebook ads. They ignored the MAGA movement's very real and very organic grassroots support online and acted like Trump's win was an anomaly. But the reality is that conservatives had been laying the groundwork for total online dominance for years. The far right began cultivating a personality-driven media ecosystem back in the days of talk radio in the 90s. And when the internet came along and social media began to really take hold in the 2010s, conservatives leaned in hard. Turning Point, a nonprofit that advocates for conservative politics in high school and college, was founded by Charlie Kirk in 2012 and quickly emerged as a de facto influencer network. Ben Shapiro founded the Daily Wire, which birthed a slew of right-wing influencers just a couple years later in 2015. Around that same time, Gamergate, a misogynistic hate campaign aimed at driving progressive women out of video games and media, provided a blueprint for how the internet could be weaponized by the far right. Gamergate also catapulted the first generation of MAGA influencers to fame. The alliances that formed around Gamergate's participants, including Milo Yiannopoulos, Candace Owens, and other future right-wing internet stars, eventually metastasized into a sprawling network. In their book, Meme Wars, the writers Joan Donovan, Emily Dreyfus, and Brian Friedberg argue that Gamergate funneled an entire generation of young reactionaries to MAGA. Steve Bannon, who was central to Donald Trump's win, praised MAGA influencers like Milo for creating an online army that got turned on to politics and Trump. These far-right online creators and the groups of reactionaries who followed in their footsteps eventually came to amass enormous power and serve as the backbone for the broader right-wing media ecosystem even today. When 2020 hit and the pandemic forced everyone online, you'd think that the Democrats would have embraced new media. But after all coalescing around Joe Biden, it was primarily progressive and Democrat influencers themselves who banded together to try to get Trump out of office, with minimal support from the party. In late 2020, hundreds of Gen Z content creators joined up under the name TikTok for Biden and produced a steady stream of content urging young people to get out and vote Democrat. After Joe Biden won, he thanked this group specifically and told members of TikTok for Biden, which rebranded as Gen Z for Change, that they were integral to rallying support online and delivering him a win. Biden's White House attempted to engage more with influencers, especially in its early days. COVID had made everyone, including the media and even men in Silicon Valley who had maligned the influencer industry for years, realize that the creator economy was probably here to stay. But they still sort of treated it as a sideshow that was secondary to traditional media outlets like CNN and the New York Times. In 2021, the Biden White House worked with influencers to promote the rollout of the COVID vaccines. And in 2022, the administration began briefing TikTokers about the war in Ukraine. But soon, influencers began asking hard questions, especially those progressive Gen Z influencers who helped get Biden elected. When Biden falsely declared that the pandemic was over in 2021 and started to dismantle public health and enact policies on COVID that were further to the right of Donald Trump, disability justice influencers challenged him. And when Biden approved drilling projects that would devastate the environment, climate activists on TikTok fought back. Then, after October 7th, when Biden began manufacturing consent for a genocide against the Palestinians and sought to ban TikTok because it was allowing young people to see what was actually happening in Gaza, content creators began asking tough questions of the administration. Biden's response, though, was to completely cut them off. The White House began leaving progressive content creators off invite lists and only working with milquetoast Democrat creators who towed the party line and basically never spoke out against injustice. Khalil Green, a history content creator, told me at the time, quote, "I have noticed that there have been a lot more events with creators at the White House. But the creators that are getting invited are the creators who are very pro-Biden and just parroting talking points or sharing photo ops of them smiling with the president, not the creators who have been critical." Green said that he hadn't been invited to the White House since he criticized the administration over the TikTok ban and genocide in Gaza. Annie Wu Henry, a political influencer and digital strategist who has worked on Democratic campaigns, told me that while the Biden White House once treated creators as independent media, after influencers began questioning Biden on things like Gaza, the administration began playing favorites. She told me, quote, "Biden's team is trying to say that they're handling influencers like the press. But the thing is, the press briefing room has to have Fox News no matter what. They have to allow all the media in. When it comes to influencers, the Biden admin only lets in people who agree with them. Anyone else who gives a little bit of pushback is not welcome." This picking and choosing and trying to control the influencer landscape had stark consequences for Biden. As I wrote about at the time in the Washington Post, in the first 4 months of 2024, nearly a quarter of top left-leaning content creators on TikTok posted anti-Biden content, according to Credo IQ, a social media analytics firm. Those posts collectively amassed over 100 million views. The majority of anti-Biden content was from young, non-white creators who were talking about how Biden and the Democrats were out of step with the culture and what most young voters wanted. According to a 2024 Morning Consult poll, 2/3 of Gen Z voters, that's 67%, said that Biden's decision to back the TikTok ban, support the genocide in Gaza, lie about COVID being over, approve new oil and gas drilling projects, among a slew of other issues, made them unlikely to support him and left a sour taste in their mouths about Democrats. When Kamala Harris became the nominee after Biden dropped out in late July, things didn't improve much. The Harris campaign's influencer strategy was totally backwards. Rather than capitalize on the momentum that she had initially amassed from progressives online, the campaign shunned left-leaning content creators in favor of more controlled media appearances. They sought to crack down on online speech and blacklisted content creators who had criticized the administration or Joe Biden. The Democratic National Convention in Chicago initially accredited over 200 creators under their Creators for Kamala program, and even placed some on the convention floor. But the Harris campaign and Democratic establishment only admitted influencers who were already extremely loyal to the DNC. Instead of embracing a wide range of creators on the left, including progressives, the Democrats built a tightly controlled echo chamber. The campaign once again blacklisted influencers who interviewed members of the uncommitted movement or spoke out about the war crimes that the Democratic Party and Joe Biden had sanctioned. Several high-profile content creators had their access revoked mid-convention. Hassan Piker, the largest and arguably most culturally relevant influencer on the left, was initially invited to the convention, but after he interviewed delegates from the uncommitted movement, his access was revoked on stream. This approach alienated younger voters who increasingly get their political news through authentic, unfiltered online voices. And it revealed a deep misunderstanding of how cultural legitimacy is earned in the digital era. The content that was produced under this strategy flopped hard. Harris's Call Her Daddy interview, which was heavily promoted as this major moment to reach young audiences, was stiff and felt scripted. Instead of viral moments, the campaign had centrist Democrat influencers with no organic audience repeat sterile talking points, avoiding the issues that people actually cared about. Meanwhile, Harris passed on opportunities to meet audiences where they were truly engaged. She bombed so badly on a potential appearance on Kareem Rama's Subway Takes that the video didn't even get posted. She also failed to land an appearance on Joe Rogan. The Democrats funneled resources into glossy but lifeless content that just did not resonate with anyone outside of the DC consultant class. The DNC lauded Beltway-adjacent safe content creators with small audiences, while dismissing genuinely influential figures on the left. The result was an influencer strategy that completely squandered cultural capital and reinforced the perception that Harris was a manufactured and out-of-touch candidate. Throughout all of this, Trump was busy endearing himself to millions via freewheeling conversations with popular live streamers and podcasters. He went viral on podcasts like the Nelk Boys, Full Send, and Theo Vaughn. On November 5th, 2024, Kamala Harris lost. Trump won the popular vote, and the Democratic Party's abject failings could no longer be ignored. McKenna Kelly, a journalist for Wired and undeniably the single best reporter covering the intersection of politics and the internet, memorialized the Democrats' failed strategy in a 2024 piece titled, quote, "The Year the Democrats Lost the Internet." Media Matters founder David Brock, a staunch Democrat, told McKenna, quote, "The floor has absolutely collapsed with the Democratic Party's brand online. People who don't care about politics don't like us. People who care about and work in politics don't know how to represent us. We are seen as completely out of touch, and as more folks turn to unconventional methods to get their news and media, we are set up for a colossal failure going forward without a strategy shift." For months, leaders of the Democrats, high-profile donors, and liberal political figures bemoaned their lack of support online. The Democrats were finally forced to confront the reality that the media landscape had shifted. In an article I wrote about Trump's win for The Hollywood Reporter, I found that by late 2024, by nearly every metric, legacy media was in decline. Average monthly unique visitors to websites for the country's top 50 newspapers declined 20% to under 9 million in the fourth quarter of 2022. According to ComScore data, the amount of time people are spending consuming legacy media content is getting shorter every single year. The influencer economy, however, is skyrocketing. It's set to surpass $500 billion by 2027, according to a recent Goldman Sachs report. In 2023, 30% of consumers trusted content creators more than they did 6 months ago, according to a report by Sprout Social. And since that report was published, the numbers have only ascended. Rather than confront the wildly unpopular policies that the Democratic establishment continues to cling to, liberals convinced themselves that they only had a messaging problem. They began crowing online about how Democrats simply needed a left Joe Rogan. Quote, liberals need to build their own Joe Rogan. Somebody who can speak to the people that he speaks to, the Nation's Elie Mystal posted on X. The lesson that many Democrats seem to have taken from their stunning loss in November was just more podcasts. A slew of DC political consultants, many with zero experience in the influencer industry, recognized an opportunity. Soon, organizations began sprouting up and soliciting millions of dollars from donors. The billionaire and millionaire donors that Democrats are so reliant on were seeing headlines about the party's failed influencer strategy, and they wanted to put money towards changing that, but they also had no clue about how the internet works. The mainstream media, as usual, only made things worse. Instead of accurately explaining to readers that the Democrats' platform itself was the problem, traditional news outlets convinced a lot of rich people that if Kamala Harris had simply paid the right Twitch streamers or done a podcast or two more, she would have won. So it's into this climate that these nonprofits and consultancies start to emerge. One of the most high-profile ones is a nonprofit called Chorus. Chorus launched with a splashy profile in the New York Times written by journalists Shane Goldmacher and Ken Bensinger. Chorus billed itself as a nonprofit advocacy organization and creator-led hub dedicated to helping independent media figures expand their reach and push democratic policy. Chorus also positioned itself as a quasi-newsroom, akin to what conservative groups have built on the right, but for liberal creators. According to a pitch deck that I obtained, Chorus claimed that it wanted to change how progressive content creators operate by providing ongoing stability, resources, and support that legacy journalists and conservative commentators count on. I'd love to know how legacy journalists have that kind of support, but that's another issue. Chorus said that it would, quote, leverage the tenets of its cohort to help creators hyperscale their audiences and break through across platforms and genres. It also said that it would, quote, recruit, train, and support high-impact content creators who want to elevate essential issues and bring news into the cultural space. It would do this through financial support and shared resources like studio space, editors, researchers, bookers, and legal and fact-checking services. Chorus boasted that the brand was able to amass 50,000 followers on social media accounts and that it had already attracted at least 4,000 donors to support its mission. From the beginning, it was clear that Chorus was tightly aligned with the Democratic establishment. In January, Chorus bragged that the organization was the first to host a, quote, creator-led forum for the Democratic Party chair candidates. That same month, Chorus announced a partnership with Impactual LLC, a centrist Democrat consulting firm with deep ties to the Democrat donor space. The content creators that Chorus initially touted as being part of its founding group also included several holdovers from the Creators for Kamala days. But as Chorus's fundraising deck made it around to donors, it also ended up in the hands of some big-time talent agents and managers that represented or knew some of the less pro-establishment creators featured in the deck. Some agents balked at their clients being included in a fundraising deck without their prior knowledge, and other anti-establishment or pro-Palestine creators who had never signed up to be part of Chorus were confused and angered that their images were being used to raise potentially millions of dollars without their consent. In addition to the fundraising deck, the faces of several influencers were also featured prominently on the Chorus website beneath a giant donate button. Users who clicked the donate button were taken to a fundraising page that read, quote, supporting Chorus means supporting independent online voices and building the next era for online news and conversation. But donations made via that page did not go directly towards the creators pictured. Multiple influencers featured on Chorus's website were frustrated that they were included on the page and used to solicit small dollar donations without their consent. Progressive YouTuber and former Media Matters staffer Kat Abugazaya, who's running for Congress in Illinois, was pictured on Chorus's website and included in fundraising decks without her approval. She asked that her image and name be removed and no longer used for fundraising and marketing purposes. When I asked Chorus about this back in April, Chorus's co-founder, Brian Tyler Cohen, issued a statement through his comms director saying, quote, Chorus came together quickly on a few Zoom calls with creators after November, and we've been running at full sprint since then. As a creator, I would never want to put another creator in a difficult position for any reason, and we removed Kat when she asked. Ali O'Brien, a progressive creator who was featured on Chorus's website below the donate button, said that the company must have just taken an image of her off social media. She said, quote, I did not even know that I was on this website. I am not financially tied to them at all. V-Sphere, known as Under the Desk News, who has over 3.6 million followers on TikTok, told me, quote, I'm not in any collective at all. That's my problem with the way it went down. I don't think anyone should be pitching me other than me. What we need is for people to invest in independent media, and that doesn't necessarily mean investing in a consulting group that is going to become a middleman for independent media. Chorus's effort to act as a bridge between creators and political leaders ruffled the feathers of influencer management companies and talent agencies as well, whose job it is to negotiate opportunities for their talent. Representatives for big-name creators told me that they felt like Chorus was luring their clients with promises of access to political leaders, quote, then they go to a bunch of donors who don't know anything about the creator space except that we need a left-wing Joe Rogan, and they raise money from them. These are dollars that belong to the creators, the marketer said. Another representative at a major Hollywood agency who asked to remain anonymous told me that Chorus, quote, has no respect for how the entertainment industry works. They think they're smarter than the agents and the agencies. You can get away with that in the short term, but they're going to get the party blackballed. There are only so many times that agents will allow some middleman to take ad dollars from our entertainers before they're like, F these people. And they're getting very close to that. After I reached out to Chorus for comment about all of this back in April, Chorus sent an email blast out to the creators in their network reading, quote, some reporters are reaching out to creators about Chorus, and it seems with not great intentions. To me, this set off immediate red flags. As a journalist, anytime you reach out for comment about something and the company or organization immediately starts smearing you, especially when they're bad-mouthing you to people who have nothing to do with the story, claiming that you have not great intentions, you know that there's more to that story. Let me just also say that claiming journalists whose job it is to challenge power, investigate wrongdoing, and report on news happening on their beats have some sort of bad intentions is really poor form. The job of a journalist is to be annoying. It's to piss people off, and especially to piss off people in power, and to hold organizations to account. So I kept digging and talking to creators. I spoke to several creators who attended an early Chorus activation at the Capitol for Trump's joint address to Congress. The influencers were brought to the Capitol by Chorus to create content promoting Democratic messaging. It was marketed to the liberal content creators as an opportunity to interview members of Congress. But when they showed up, it became apparent that Chorus hadn't actually booked interviews for anyone aside from Brian Tyler Cohen, who co-founded Chorus. One creator who attended the event told me, quote, it was essentially go to the Rayburn building and go trick-or-treating for interviews. It was so embarrassing, and it didn't put us in the position to make good content. After knocking on the doors of lawmakers' offices unannounced, the group of creators was able to generate content that ultimately garnered over 53 million collective views. But afterwards, they were asked to submit that content that they created to Chorus in order to get their travel costs reimbursed. This irked the creators, who felt like Chorus now wanted to use their content to put into a deck in order to show the Democrats who hired Chorus how successful their activation was, when in reality, the creators say that they received little to no support. V-Sphere of Under the Desk News told me, quote, it was Chorus's first test as a collective, and I wasn't there, but it didn't look like it went so well. Creators made good content, but they would have made that content without Chorus. Through a spokesperson, Brian Tyler Cohen responded to me saying, quote, while not everyone who went to DC with Chorus had the same experience, this trip led to dozens of interviews and posts that generated an audience more than 50% bigger than the speech itself. I'm proud that an organization only a few months old had that kind of impact, and we're iterating so the experience and our reach can be even bigger next time. But a few months later, influencers began reaching out to me again about Chorus. They told me about a new new creator program that the organization was recruiting people for. I was interested, and so I started digging. Before long, someone leaked me a private group chat where dozens of Democratic political influencers were discussing whether to take advantage of an enticing opportunity. As I write in Wired, the influencers were being offered $8,000 per month to take part in a secretive program aimed at bolstering Democratic messaging on the internet. But the contract, which was sent to them from Chorus, came with some major strings. The influencers in the group chat debated the details and whether or not to try to collectively bargain for changes in the contract. Lorenzo, a non-binary creator in Columbus, Ohio, with over 884,000 TikTok followers, asked the group, quote, "Should we send a joint email, or are we just going to send things separately and hope they change everything for everyone?" Eliza Orlins, a public defender and reality TV star, posted, quote, "Any Newsies fans here? We're a union just by saying so." A reproductive justice influencer named Perry, who posts under the handle @Women in America, posted in the thread, quote, "Reading through this revised Chorus contract, like, you win some, you lose some. I also think there's at least 4 other things that should change," laughing face. But the vibe I got from their email was that there would be minimal, if any, changes. Erin Parnas, a Gen Z news influencer who has been called the Gen Z Walter Cronkite, posted to the chat, quote, "I don't feel strongly about pushing, to be honest, in regards to the contract. Quote, they aren't going to modify it anymore. Seems like a take it or leave it." The influencers who made up the chat have millions of collective followers and are some of the biggest names online, posting in support of the Democrats. In the end, the majority of creators in the chat ended up signing the deal. I found out that the secretive program that the influencers were discussing in that chat is actually a massive new initiative. The goal of this new influencer program is to try to tip the balance of power on the internet towards the Democrats. And the program is being funded by a powerful liberal dark money group called the 1630 Fund that is working with Chorus. The 1630 Fund is distributing as much as $8,000 per month to influencers. The program kicked off last month, and the creators involved were told by Chorus that over 90 influencers were set to take part. Rather than launching the program as a public-facing initiative, however, where creators could openly and transparently use the funds to invest in their businesses, the program is being run in secret. Creators told me that if they were even so much as to acknowledge they were part of the program, the contract stipulated that they'd be kicked out and essentially cut off financially. Influencers included in communication and an onboarding session for those receiving payments from the 1630 Fund include Olivia Juliana, the centrist Gen Z influencer who spoke at the DNC last summer, Barrett Adair, a content creator who runs an American Girl doll themed pro-DNC meme account, Suzanne Lambert, who has called herself a Regina George liberal, Sander Jennings, a former TLC reality star and older brother of trans influencer Jazz Jennings, David Pakman, who hosts an independent progressive show on YouTube covering news and politics, Lee McGowan, who goes by the online moniker Politics Girl, Lauren Pietra, a former Playboy executive turned political influencer who hosts a podcast for the Occupy Democrats, and dozens of others. According to copies of the contract that I obtained, the influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus or the 1630 Fund, or thus functionally that they're being paid at all. Here I'm just going to quote a bit directly from my Wired piece, which is linked below. Dozens of liberal influencers are believed to have been approached by Chorus and the 1630 Fund about a financing opportunity this spring. They were told that Chorus appreciated the work they were doing online and were asked if they'd be interested in being part of the first cohort of a new program that Chorus was running to help, quote, expand their reach and impact, creators told me. Following the initial outreach from Chorus, many creators expressed concern about some stipulations within the contract. According to copies of the contract, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. One creator who was offered the contract but ultimately declined to take it and asked not to be named told me, quote, "If I want to work with another politician, I have to fully collaborate with Chorus. If I get Zor on and he wants to do an interview with me, I don't want to have to give that to them." The contract also prohibits standard partnership disclosures, declaring that creators will, quote, not publicize their relationship with Chorus or tell others that they're members of the program, quote, without Chorus's prior express consent. It also forbids creators from, quote, disclosing the identity of any funder, and gives Chorus the ability to force creators to remove or correct content based solely on the organization's discretion if that content was made at a Chorus organized event. Graham Wilson, a lawyer working with Chorus, told creators on a Zoom call that I obtained a copy of, quote, "There are some real advantages to housing this program in a nonprofit. It gives us the ability to raise money from donors. It also, with this structure, avoids a lot of the public disclosure or public disclaimers. You know, paid for by blah, 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 that you see on political ads. We don't need to deal with any of that. Your names aren't showing up on reports filed with the FEC." I reached out to the Federal Election Commission about all of this, and they declined to comment. Already, creators in the program are creating content together. In a new weekly series titled Good News in Politics, 6 creators in the program shared a collaborative video running through liberal political wins. The caption read, "Follow these creators, bringing you hope instead of doom scrolling." There is zero disclosure from any of these creators on this post or others that they are part of this program or accepting money from the 1630 Fund. Elizabeth Dubois, Associate Professor and University Research Chair in Politics, Communication, and Technology at the University of Ottawa, who's researched ways that influencers are reshaping the political system, told me for Wired that, quote, "We are seeing influencers being pulled into these dark campaigns or shadow campaigns where the legal aspect is murky at best." Dubois added in my article for Wired, quote, "Sometimes it is actually clear that influencers are being used to, for example, evade spending limits. I think that we need to remember that for democracy to thrive, we do need transparency around who is paying for political messages." She added that political orgs and dark money groups are increasingly, quote, "using this information environment in a way that allows them to circumvent transparency safeguards." For my Wired story, I also spoke to Don Heider, the chief executive of the Marcella Center for Applied Ethics at Santa Clara University. He told me that the restrictions outlined by Chorus and the 1630 Fund violate ethical norms. He said, quote, "If the contract for getting money from a particular interest group says you can't disclose it, then it's pretty simple. You can't take the money. We're living in an era where a lot of powerful people have basically taken the rule book and thrown it out the window." And this is the part that really shook me too. As an independent journalist and content creator myself, I think that trust is so absolutely important. With big public media companies, we know where their money is coming from. And with influencers, we should know where their money is coming from too. Of course, a lot of influencers post undisclosed sponsored content. And I reached out to the Federal Trade Commission also about all of this. But I just think in terms of journalistic integrity as a content creator covering news and politics, you should be transparent about who's paying you. For instance, say you're watching one of my videos and I'm suddenly talking a lot about the Democrats, how they're the future and how they're amazing and how we all need to vote for them and support their failed policy agenda, blah, 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 blah. Then it turns out that I'm actually getting paid tens of thousands of dollars from the largest and most powerful Democrat dark money group. It seems to me that that's the type of information your followers or audience have the right to know. And I'm sure creators will say, "Oh, but Chorus never told us explicitly what to say." And sure, maybe they didn't write out exact lines for you, but the creators who join this program are expected to attend regular advocacy trainings and daily messaging check-ins, according to a Chorus representative's comments on a Zoom call that I obtained. Those messaging check-ins are led by Brian Tyler Cohen on Rapid Response Days, and the creators also have to attend at least 2 Chorus newsroom events per month, which are events Chorus plans often with lawmakers. And again, I just have to say it again, because even if Chorus never explicitly told any of these creators to take down specific content or that they weren't allowed to say certain things, I still think the fact that the contract itself doesn't allow for transparency shows that this is not an ethical agreement. We should know who big Democrat influencers are taking money from. So let's talk a little bit about the 1630 Fund, which is funding this whole initiative. As I wrote in Wired, the 1630 Fund has emerged as a powerful funder in Democratic spaces in recent years. Its website notes that issues supported by the organization include climate solutions, racial justice, voter access, and other essential social change goals. The organization was first founded in 2009 as a liberal response to conservative dark money groups like the Koch network. And since Citizens United and Trump's presidency, money flowing into the organization has soared. In 2018, the 1630 Fund provided $141 million to more than 100 liberal causes in order to bolster Democratic support during the midterms, according to a tax filing obtained by Politico. In 2020, the fund distributed more than $400 million to groups aimed at helping defeat Trump and flip the Republican Senate majority, according to the organization's public tax filing, which was first obtained by Politico. In 2022, the 1630 Fund spent $196 million backing state ballot measures on abortion rights heading into the midterms, according to NBC. Just 4 donors accounted for close to 2/3 of the 1630 Fund's revenue in 2023 alone, according to its tax filing. The largest donor to the 1630 Fund gave the group $50.5 million, with others donating $31 million, $21.8 million, and $13.6 million. And the way the organization is set up, because it's a dark money group, we have no idea who these people are. We have no transparency on the organization itself or what goals these funders giving tens of millions of dollars want to achieve. Robert McGuire, the research director for the open government group Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, told Politico, quote, "Altogether, this is absolutely one of the largest fundraising machines I have ever come across. I am really struggling to think of any other group, especially recently, that could rival it." The 1630 Fund is powerful, and it's extremely intertwined with mainstream Democratic establishment politics. Chorus is described in contracts that I obtained as a project of the 1630 Fund. Dr. Stephen Buckley, a digital media sociologist, spoke to me for Wired. He told me that the type of program the 1630 Fund and Chorus are seeking to run has, quote, been happening in the right wing for ages. But Hyder said that the structure of the 1630 Fund and Chorus program raises the question, quote, is it ethical to match the tactics of your opponents? This sort of secret funding has been happening on the right for a while. Last fall, a federal indictment revealed that the Russian state-sponsored media network RT was secretly providing millions of dollars in funding to Tenet Media, a company working with major right-wing influencers, including Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and Lauren Southern. In 2024, the National Republican Congressional Committee spent nearly $500,000 on work with Creator Grid, Inc., an influencer marketing company whose website says it, quote, connects Republican candidates with the internet's most powerful conservative influencers. Democrats have long criticized the role of dark money groups in politics. Trump and the Republicans have repeatedly refused to openly disclose paid financial partnerships to the public. But now it seems like the Democrats are seeking to replicate this dubious system, but use it to push pro-Democrat messaging. And let me just be clear, I wouldn't have as much of a problem with some of this funding stuff if it was going to actual impactful progressive creators or journalists. I still think that the funding should be disclosed publicly, like undeniably. But there are so many struggling creators on the left that are producing highly impactful, culturally relevant, and urgent work on crucial issues that are struggling to get by. These independent creators are doing real accountability journalism on a shoestring budget. But that's not what creators in the 1630 Fund program are doing. They're not doing investigative journalism that could actually get laws changed. They're not exposing wrongdoing by the police or military. They're not revealing ICE surveillance networks or FOIAing the government for secret contracts, or really doing any sort of accountability work. Many of them are simply creating pro-Democrat slop that fundamentally does not challenge power, does not challenge capitalism, and ultimately does nothing to reform the barbaric system that got us here. And it makes sense that this is how the Democrats would structure this type of program, because the Democrats still fundamentally do not want to acknowledge the reality that their centrist policy agenda is widely unpopular. They seem to think that if they can just pay enough pro-DNC shills to push boring content towing the party line, that will be the key to success. This strategy is bound to fail. It refuses to recognize the fundamentally decentralized nature of the online media landscape, and the Democrats are once again trying to dictate who gets a voice online. They want to control which creators are allowed into the movement, and they want to build these bottlenecks for access to lawmakers instead of making politicians more responsive and more accountable to the public. Programs like the one being run by Chorus and 1630 essentially seek to turn the very real and organic grassroots influencer ecosystem into a managed PR pipeline for centrist liberals. This is just replicating the same type of gatekeeping that's rampant in the mainstream media. And the result of all of this is subpar content that doesn't actually move the needle at all. Because the truth is that social media algorithms actually don't care if party insiders approve of certain messaging. What matters online is authenticity and relatability. And I just want to dig into this gatekeeper stuff just a little bit more because it seems to be such a consistent problem in the Democrat world. The Democrats spent months after their loss last fall bemoaning that there were no Democratic candidates or figures who could rally organic, widespread support, especially online. But when Zohran Mamdani built a massive grassroots movement that motivated hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers to vote and millions of young people to get more involved in the political system, Democrats sought to sideline him. Even today, Democratic establishment leaders have refused to rally behind Zohran and other left-wing, even slightly anti-establishment progressive online figures. The right-wing internet is chaotic, but ultimately the Republican media world isn't trying to build more gatekeepers or brokering access. And most importantly, they're willing to embrace content creators who don't always parrot the party line. And while this program might be the latest attempt, it's not the only one out there. As Teddy Schleifer recently reported in the New York Times, quote, at donor retreats and in pitch documents, liberal strategists are pushing the party's rich backers to reopen their wallets for a cavalcade of projects to help Democrats find the next Joe Rogan. The proposals are meant to energize glum donors and persuade them that they can compete culturally with President Trump if only they throw enough money at the problem. In addition to Chorus, there's And Media, which stands for Achieve Narrative Dominance. And Media was founded last November by Marissa McBride, a Democratic strategist who leads a donor group called Mind the Gap, and a slew of other establishment Dems who met at the headquarters of American Bridge, one of the largest Democratic donor networks. These Democrats want to run And Media as a for-profit company, and they're trying to raise $45 million over the next 4 years. They've already raised $7 million, and their business plan claims that And Media will directly fund influencers and help produce their content. And Media also wants to build a liberal creator talent agency and make deals with flagship creators. Another Democrat influencer media effort is called Project Bullhorn, which will supposedly pool money together in order to back creator projects. As Teddy reported in the New York Times, quote, the money is running through Jason Birkenfeld, who has advised the political giving of Eric Schmidt, the billionaire former chief Google executive, and others. Mr. Birkenfeld pitched the project to major Democratic contributors at a briefing featuring Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey. Project Bullhorn is seeking to raise $35 million in its first year, and it plans to raise a fund specifically to back left-leaning content creators on YouTube. They also want to create a matchmaking service to book liberal content creators on YouTube shows and podcasts. Because these people are definitely also capitalism-pilled, they of course want to run these things like a business. Project Bullhorn plans to include a for-profit arm that will, quote, have the potential to reap significant returns, according to a pitch deck obtained by the New York Times. Another program called Double Tap Democracy was recently started by Rachel Irwin, who led a $30 million influencer program last cycle for Future Forward, the biggest centrist Democrat super PAC. Double Tap Democracy is already working with at least 2,000 influencers who have smaller followings to push Democrat messaging. And Rob Flaherty, the top official behind Kamala Harris's 2024 campaign influencer strategy, who also oversaw Biden's White House digital team, is also also apparently seeking to raise money for a new for-profit company called Channel Zero, which will boost Democrat messaging. Channel Zero will allegedly provide back-office services to content creators who already have large followings, according to the New York Times. Rob Flaherty is also advising Project Echo, a new 4-year, $52 million influencer program from the liberal nonprofit group People for the American Way. People for the American Way is spending about $10 million of its own money and pitching donors on the rest, according to its president. I also got leaked documents about another high-profile project from the Democrats that has not been announced yet. I'm planning to report all of that out in the future, so please subscribe to my Patreon to support my work. It's linked below. The Democrats are extremely unpopular right now. According to a new Wall Street Journal poll, 63% of voters hold an unfavorable view of the Democratic Party. The party's popularity is at its lowest point in decades. Only 33% of voters have a favorable view of Democrats, and just 8% of people, again, 8%, that is so low, have a very favorable opinion of Democrats. Meanwhile, the Democrats have a net negative favorability rating of 30 percentage points. One of the researchers who conducted this latest round of polling told Politico, quote, "The Democratic brand is so bad that they don't have the credibility to be a critic of Trump or the Republican Party. Until they reconnect with real voters and working people on who they're for and what their economic message is, they're going to have problems." Donald Trump sucks, okay? He is a fascist who's currently dismantling civil liberties and enacting draconian immigration restrictions, among so many other atrocities. But Democrats continue to bolster centrist politicians and influencers who treat Trump as some unique threat and not a symptom of our broken system. The Democrats performatively resist Trump while voting for his policies and partnering with the Republicans on censorship laws like the TikTok ban or the Kids Online Safety Act, and sending billions of dollars to Israel to facilitate a genocide. If the Democrats really want to become relevant again, dumping tens of millions of dollars into these secretive influencer programs isn't going to do it. The party needs to stop catering to billionaires and putting the interests of their mega-rich donors over hard-working people. They need to stop doing things like throwing disabled people or trans people under the bus and kissing up to far-right fascists. Instead of blowing millions of dollars funding lame pro-Democrat centrists online who ultimately have no cultural impact and only exist to feed a steady stream of chum to blue MAGA MSNBC moms, these organizations should put that money towards backing labor reporters, climate investigators, housing organizers, tech accountability advocates, border correspondents, on-the-ground documentarians, all of whom already command enormous trust among their communities. They should look for influencers who are doing things like scrutinizing the police, uncovering scams and fraud, documenting city council meetings, and making real change. They should fund creators who scrutinize power at all levels and attack billionaires. They should put money towards the unglamorous stuff that creates real change. They should pay for journalists' research help, FOIA fees, legal defense, pay for editors and producers, and cross-platform distribution for this sort of work. And they should distribute this funding through transparent, no-strings-attached grants and contracts with explicit editorial independence clauses. The Democrats should ban these ridiculous non-disclosures around political funding and insist on radical transparency. Maybe if they can do all of that, or at least some of it, they'll be able to rebuild some modicum of credibility. In the meantime, we all need to start asking hard questions of influencers pushing political messaging. We should not be platforming people who are not open and honest about where their money is coming from. Unlike a lot of these influencers, I'm not getting tens of thousands of dollars in secret Democrat slush money. My work is supported by you, and every single dollar helps. Support my work on Patreon via the link in my bio, or buy a paid subscription to my newsletter, usermag.co. That's usermag.co. On my Patreon, I give exclusive behind-the-scenes updates on my reporting, bonus video content, monthly Q&As, bonus podcast episodes, and more. Drop a comment below and let me know what you think of this story. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Read my full Wired story on all of this, which has a ton more detail and information via the link below. Thanks again. See you soon.
Dinner time, Garfield.
Alright, give me a sec. Sorry. little occupied. Oh, fuck me. Oh, hello. That was weird. No! No!
Time for lunch, Odie. Okay, new set in place.
No, this is exactly, wow, funny. Watch them cover it, I'm fine with that. I'll move on to
Don't worry,
the
Odie.
playlist.
It's not an avalanche. It's just my stomach.
Taylor Lorenz had an article that came out in Wired that's generating quite a bit of buzz in our corner of the internet. Wired, one of the best publications right now, you know, broke all that Doge stuff. Broke the Jeffrey Epstein, there's metadata showing that they edited out minutes of footage of his cell in Adobe and that they left that in place. Like, I still think that story should have way more legs than it does. They left whoever, the FBI agent who did it left breadcrumbs or was too sloppy and showed that they edited footage out of that jail cell thing, but it just, you know, there's so much news and that's what benefits Trump here. That's a big aside. So Taylor Lorenz had this article entitled, "A Dark Money Group is Secretly Funding High-Profile Democratic Influencers," showing that essentially there have been some Democratic, like, or liberal influencers and podcasters like us that were offered $8,000 a month to take part in a secretive. It's just like, oh my god, that's like a full salary per year for like a high salary. Like I was saying, $100K. Yeah, $8,000 a month to take part in a secretive program aimed at bolstering Democratic messaging on the internet. But the contract sent to them from Chorus, a nonprofit arm of a liberal influencer marketing platform, came with some strings. Among other issues, it mandated extensive secrecy about disclosing their payments and had restrictions on what sort of political content the creators could produce. I wonder if Palestine is like a little bit of a do not go there kind of deal.
You're going to see me with a really nice watch, and I'm going to be like, I won't endorse Zoran until I have a constructive conversation with him.
And community-based constructive conversation. The folks that were, I guess, in this kind of group of influencers that this thing called the Chorus Creator Incubator Program, funded by a powerful liberal dark money group called the 1630 Fund. They included I don't know what that means. The program kicked off last month, and creators involved were told by Chorus that over 90 influencers were set to take part. Creators told Wired that the contract stipulated they'd be kicked out and essentially cut off financially if they even so much as acknowledged that they were a part of the program. Some creators also raised concerns about a slew of restrictive clauses in the contract. Influencers included in communication about the program, and in some cases on an onboarding session for those receiving payments from the 1630 Fund, included Olivia Juliana, the centrist Gen Z influencer who spoke at the 2024 Democratic National Convention, Lauren Peretra, a former Playboy executive. I've never heard of her. Hosts the Occupy Democrats podcast. At least it has Democrats in the title where you kind of know what you're getting.
Who's listening?
I don't know.
Occupied by Democrats?
Barrett Adair, a content creator who runs an American Girl doll themed pro DNC meme account.
Here's $8,000 a month.
Seems made up. God, I mean, and for a fraction of the reach that, like, I can't imagine that they're getting great bang for their buck there. I haven't heard of most of these people. Suzanne Lambert, who has called herself a Regina George liberal. This is fucking horrible. So you're both like, so you're a bitch, and then also a supporter of, like, Adam Schiff. Is that what that means?
I think so.
Ariel Fodor, an education creator with 1.4 million followers on TikTok. Sander Jennings, a former TLC reality star and older brother of trans influencer Jazz Jennings. David Pakman, who hosts an independent progressive show on YouTube covering news. and politics Lee McGowan, who goes by the online moniker Politics Girl, and dozens of others. According to copies of the contract viewed by Wired that creators signed, the influencers were not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus or the 1630 Fund, or functionally that they're being paid at all.
Here's a fun game I want people to play. Who's the most pro-Palestine person implicated in any of this?
There's none exactly.
Who's the most sort of even like socialist?
Right. You know, Juliana and David Pakman, who, you know, he's always been nice to me. I think I have some disagreements with, you know, his politics, particularly his foreign policy views. You know, I think you gotta, if you take this kind of money, you can't sign a contract that says you can't disclose it at the very least. Like, straight up.
Or you have to very simply lose the word independent from your marketing.
Right.
Because if you are taking money from people who think that they are supporting independent media, and actually there's a giant subsidy going to you from the like donors and you know partisans of the party, that's a huge problem. That implicates us.
Yeah.
That makes my fucking industry look cheap. And there's this sort of like posture of how dare Taylor Lorenz, how dare you have questions about this? No, how dare you motherfuckers seriously debase this entire area by taking this sort of money and acting like this is nothing, that this is actually what you wanted to see. This is an incubator? You're incubating David Pakman? I think he's fucking incubated.
Yeah, I mean, like, these guys were at the White House, right? Remember, posing with Joe
Yep.
Biden, and Olivia Juliana too, and this was in the midst of him committing a genocide.
Was that because it was a lot of the same people? Was that the direct connection? It seems like it.
It seems that was the direct connection, and you see them posing the photos with them, and Umish Voter, I think is the name of the account, a great follow for like election type stuff, a progressive account, made this point that it feels like all of these influencers were there to convince old people that
They're so incubated.
that Biden had young support versus trying to get young people on board with Biden. I thought that was such a
The
great
old
point.
people are
by
more
him.
likely to get their wallets out for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Is, oh, look at all these young, nice influencers that are saying actually people don't care about Gaza. People
Right.
don't like Bernie Sanders that much or AOC. They want Alyssa Slotkin.
And we got a clip of Hassan that someone sent to us reacting to it. I am proud to say that the Majority Report, I don't think we were approached, right? I mean, we would have...
Maybe
Definitely
Sam
not.
was, and Sam laughed at it.
Yeah, I mean, or it got lost in junk email and we would have never responded to it anyway. But in terms of, like, you know, calling yourself independent media and then taking a bunch of money, this was our same critique of TYT, who then accused us of being a part of this, like,
Because we have advertisers.
because we have advertisers.
That we actually like are paid to announce the connection on the show.
Yeah.
As a part of the advertisement.
Right. And, like, but that was their kind of branding of independent is
You
undercut by the
disclose
Peter
that you're
Thiel
sponsored
money
by,
from
whatever
both like
state
these
God, I don't even
exploitative
know. I don't even
Medicare
know
Advantage
about
things and also Polymarket. So, but that's even somehow still more independent
setting
than
sense?
taking
Like
money like
something-
directly from a Democratic firm and then saying you can't disclose it too, because it's one thing to read an ad for Medicare Advantage and like, all right, people can look into it and see how shady this plan is, but you're reading the ad. This is just a subsidy that really affects your coverage that you're literally not allowed to disclose.
It's actually taking creators under their wings so they know how to properly post thumbnails
Oh,
and
sure.
descriptions that are going to get engagement. This is just about best practices. And I would love somebody to give me an $8,000 a month retainer to teach me about how to do thumbnails. Please, as long as you don't have to say like, oh yeah, actually, it's all the people who supported Palestine who are responsible for what's going on now.
So Hassan reacted to this. Here's his take.
Timmy and I are competing in a variety of events. We're running out of time.
Say then all those people noted in the articles should just say Israel bad. What do you see these shit Dem party defenders doing? More their audiences turn on them. I think they're just like actively going to actively try to defend their honest intentions. They're going to say like, no, we didn't do this because of money. We did it. They just gave us money for free, and you're stupid.
And so I'm aware
Because
of
remember,
that.
a lot of this stuff is just like parasocial.
But it doesn't matter because I want to make sure my audience hears from me about this. Now, the most important thing to say is that the idea behind this group is exactly what I've been advocating for years. For years I've been saying.
I mean, I will say, it's not very surprising to me, at least, that like there are a lot of left content creators on the independent media side, some of which are very popular, myself included, Chapo Trap House, Majority Report. And I don't think these guys went to them at all. One must ask the question, why? Why is it, you know? Perhaps it's because if you have a truly anti-establishment opinion, it's not just like marketing, then it's not likely that you are going to have billionaires that fund you through dark money groups so that you can actively demand that they no longer be billionaires. This is not happening.
Left needs to organize independent media in the way that the right has been doing. The left needs to fund independent creators the way that the right does. The right has won even arguably presidential elections.
Yeah, I think they're also saying, yeah, this is the argument. This is the meta. Well, the Republicans do this too, and if we got to fight fire with fire, this is how we got to do it. It's like you're just making an argument to get money from the Democratic Party.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Crazy.
I mean,
Gotta organize my retirement account.
did you have the part also where we don't need to play it, but the Olivia Giuliana tweet? Okay, yeah, just play a little bit more. Just because it was so funny to see. Yeah, here it is. Just put it up. The tweet. Yeah.
He's making like what, almost 60 grand a year. Yeah. This is the major problem. Okay, you're right. Zero people come to this conclusion naturally. Okay, this is the issue. If the people that are getting paid by the Dems are saying shit like, Elisa Slotkin is becoming one of my favorite Democrats, like you are just taking money from the Dems to spit back. You're taking money from the from the Democratic Party to spit back these kinds of takes for absolutely no one. You know what I mean?
It's destroying democracy, honestly.
Right. I mean, we saw. Remember that the Vanguard guys talked about this. That they were approached with some like shady money.
Is it like Harlan Crow or whatever, something like that?
Or something. I think when they were more with the Jimmy Dore wing.
It was about anti-vax stuff. I know
Right.
that.
And we have speculated that there's a lot of subsidization of anti-vaccine views on the internet, and I felt like that's kind of where this got really going, and there were wealthy people that realized this is pretty cheap.
Yeah. Well, unless you're Spotify.
Yeah, and then
That's
200 million.
expensive.
Mo, but for real, like the podcasters, you got to think like if they even have a Patreon, you're a rich guy. You go in there and say, "Here's $1,000 a month."
Am I done?
Yeah.
That's all it takes for. That's nothing to those guys.
Nothing.
That's a lot for some of these outfits. I mean,
It would
maybe
change
not.
my opinion on Elise Slotkin.
Well, but the other thing is it's not just, and as I made the point, like, yeah, we weren't approached for this incubation service.
I would see the email. Those emails go right to me.
Yeah, we weren't approached this because they don't actually want to just organize the left.
Yeah.
They want to elevate certain voices who they like what they say,
Right.
and that's why it's not actually still a problem if, for instance, David Pakman would have programmed the exact same. Now all of a sudden he's got $8,000 more to play with from rich people because why? Because they like what he says, the way he says it about, or just avoids Gaza entirely. I'm just not going to talk about it because people get upset during this genocide. That's one reason
But-
why these guys are valuable to these people.
It's in the
Just watch
second
CNN.
paragraph. It's in the second paragraph. It mandated extensive secrecy about disclosing their payments and had restrictions on what sort of political content creators could produce. That means they're dictating your content directly in the contract, and that is really bad. But the worst element of it too is that it required your secrecy about the payments. Like the thing is that a Democratic associated group, Chorus, is not left media. This is not like somebody, a well-meaning leftist, like rich person, maybe they're a comedian or something, or an artist, or an athlete. That's basically how non-sociopaths get rich. Giving a bunch of money to outlets that they like to get their coverage more of a boost. That in theory could happen, although it really doesn't happen much. This is a secretive financial arrangement with a group that's associated with the Democratic Party that has veto power over certain things that you can and cannot say. It's a problem, it's a rot, and it hurts all of our credibility when our colleagues engage in this kind of thing. I do believe that.
I feel indignant about it, and this whole thing that Brian Tyler Cohen's going on about, that it is
With an I.
It is a. It's a what is it? It's about education. David Packme's education. How long has he been doing this?
Yeah, no.
Are you kidding me? Like, you're recruiting for something else than just like helping the party win. Because this dumb shit where Olivia Juliana is, 1 year she has abolish ICE and defund the police on her profile picture, and then the next she's saying, actually, she's at the DNC convention saying, yeah, all these pro-Palestine people need to shut up. Guess what? Bad fucking advice. Even if you don't care about Palestinians, you doomed any chance that Harris had winning by those decisions made at that convention.
Yep.
And to a person, find me one of these people who were against that, who spoke up, who did anything against, say, maybe like have Ruah Roman, a Palestinian rep in Georgia, maybe have her just say something. Throw us the meagerest fucking bone. No, you had your bones already.
Yeah.
So you don't need a bone.
Bryce from LA says, Pac-Man denied the contract crap. He doesn't cover foreign policy at all. Did not have veto power. But
this is what I'm saying about it doesn't matter if he changed his thing. So I don't care about the contract.
But him not covering foreign policy at all would also be within the confines of the contract that is laid out in this reporting. And frankly, Taylor, this isn't just Taylor, doing this expose herself, like which, that would be valid in and of itself. But Wired is a very Wired is a very well-respected publication that has editors. Like, they're not. I haven't seen a correction issued, and I would be shocked if there is a correction.
But again, like maybe Pac-Man had a special contract where it said actually we don't require anything. They don't need to because they know he doesn't want to talk about it. Because what's the last time he talked about it? He was saying Rashida Tlaib shouldn't have said Israel bombed a hospital because how dare she believe that? Like, he doesn't want to talk about it because it's discrediting to him.
Right.
So it's synergistic, and that's the same thing with all these people. So again, like the contract terms, they aren't as relevant because even if those terms weren't existed, who was approached for this? Who was recruited? That's the term. It's a non-profit organization is recruiting, training, and supporting. And who's getting recruited and who's getting trained and who's getting supported? It's people who weren't saying shit about Gaza, who said, yeah, actually Biden's fine.
Don't look at his cognitive decline.
It's just a stutter. Like, that's the motherfuckers who are taking this. People need to be angry about this. People in our audience need to be angry about this. We are not wrong for being upset about this. This is a debasement of the medium that you are paying attention to with a huge portion of your life.
Well said, Matt. And, in many ways, we talk about Biden's, deep complicity in this moment of fascism, in the fact that he kept clinging onto power and foreclosed the democratic process, where we could have hashed out issues, say, like the genocide in Gaza, Medicare for all, and there could have been actual democracy because he decided that it was more important despite internal numbers at one point showing him potentially losing to Trump by Trump could have gotten 400 electoral votes based on the internal predictions of what the reporting was. He had to be forced out of that race, in part because he had an infrastructure like this of paid media people backing him and saying everything was fine. So if we want to point fingers about why we're in this moment right now, the people that enabled Biden aren't just Mike Donilon getting $4 million to give him this information. It's also the whole apparatus of people that said, don't believe your lying eyes. And also the left is insane for caring about a Holocaust in Gaza.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
He's half man and half bear pig. No, dude, he's half man, half bear, and half pig.
Oh my god, how is that even possible?
Kenny okay?
Okay, not too bad, not too bad. Better. It was better. Let's go. Liza P.
Today's nominee, well, it's been 3 days. It must be Donald Trump. Now, I've spoken at length right here on this platform about the attacks that Trump and his administration have levied at the black community.
President Trump is ordering attorneys to conduct a formal review of the Smithsonian Institution based in Washington, D.C. Now, he said the museum's portrayal of U.S. history is, quote, too negative and too focused on, quote, how bad slavery was. This is the latest move in the president's crusade against so-called woke culture. And it comes after the White House pulled funding from several colleges and universities, alleging they fostered anti-Semitic climates and pushed unfair DEI initiatives.
As well as the many dangers and threats that he has sent at women.
Wilson says in his vision of a Christian society, women as individuals shouldn't be able to vote. His fellow pastors, Jared Longshore and Toby Sumter, agree.
In my ideal society, we would vote as households. And I would ordinarily be the one that would cast the vote, but I would cast the vote having discussed it with my household.
But what if there's your wife doesn't want to vote for the same person as you?
Right. Well, then that's a great opportunity for a good discussion.
There are some who have gone so far as to say that they want the 19th Amendment repealed.
I would support that. And I'd support it on the basis that the atomization that comes with our current system is not good for humans.
But here I was, all set to prepare a piece about how specifically black women have been affected by the Trump administration. Hadn't even gotten around to recording it yet.
The economy now, where staggering numbers have been released surrounding black women in the labor force. A new report shows more than 300,000 black women have left the workforce in just the last several months. That's according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Joining me now is gender economist Katika Roy to break this all down and why they're leaving. Katika, thank you so much for being with us. You recently wrote an article where you say that this isn't happening by accident. Why do you think it is happening?
This is happening because of cuts to public sector positions. So if you look at the federal labor force, black women make up just over 12% of the federal labor force. It's about double their representation in the labor force overall. And when you have targeted cuts up to 50% in organizations such as the Department of Education and HHS, you're not just trimming the fat, you're actually cutting the economic backbone for black women.
And no sooner am I ready than I see this. Trump said he's removing Fed Governor Lisa Cook, citing his administration's allegations of mortgage fraud. Cook, the first black woman to serve on the Fed's board, said Trump has no authority to fire her, and her lawyers said that it would file a lawsuit challenging this illegal action. In the letter, Trump writes, pursuant to my authority under Article 2 of the Constitution of the United States and the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 as amended, you are hereby removed from your position on the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve effective immediately. And it is always pretty rich to hear from pursuant to my authority under the Constitution from Donald Trump. Under the Constitution, that's right. Unless it's a mandate. Unless we got a mandate, then that supersedes the Constitution. Huh? Gerrymandering? A mandate is kind of a one-time thing. How close was the election? I mean, all mandates are not created equal.
Somebody told a lie one day.
And that's before we get to the irony of Trump challenging somebody and their real estate valuations.
And the legal flaw here is that statute where Congress has said you can only fire based on cause What's the legal definition of cause? It's not a tweet by a Trump partisan. Can you imagine if a tweet could be the basis for breaking the law? All you need to do is ask, you want to get rid of somebody tweet. Cause has to be proof that the law has been broken or gross misconduct on the job. What do these baseless allegations even have to do with her job? So what you see is, as Ali notes, another red line that has been breached and broken in this push towards authoritarianism. But it's one that hits Americans in the pocketbook because when you weaken the Fed, what's the reason that they had that first Bank of the United States, the second Bank of the United States, that Supreme Court opinion, this statute? Because when you weaken the independence of the Fed, you weaken the American economy. That makes everything more expensive, more uncertain for Americans.
Weakens the dollar.
It weakens the dollar and it harms us all.
Now, you might be wondering, not you, but it's more of a turn of phrase. Well, I'm sure he's got some evidence to back that up. You know, it wouldn't be like, levying allegations at Obama and using exonerating evidence as your reasoning. Like, nobody would do anything crazy like that. Like, I'm sure he's got a good reason. Wrong. For weeks, Bill Pulte has been one of the loudest voices inside the Trump administration calling for Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell to resign. Well, that's interesting. That's got nothing to do with Lisa Cook.
But wait, there's more.
All right, I'll keep reading. Now, Pulte, a wealthy businessman turned Federal Housing Finance Agency director, whose official remit seemingly has little connection to the Federal Reserve, has set in motion President Donald Trump's most aggressive action yet to alter the future makeup and independence of the Fed's Board of Governors, the consequential body that helps set interest rates. Trump said Monday he was dismissing Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook because of allegations of mortgage fraud that Pulte sent to the Justice Department last week. Trump's decision to try and fire Cook, setting up a potential legal battle at the Supreme Court, marked the most consequential example yet of how Pulte has become an unlikely political attack dog against the Federal Reserve and many of Trump's perceived political enemies. Pulte has 3 million followers on X and a social media profile nearly as active as the president's. He's waged an aggressive, multifaceted campaign on social media and cable television against the Fed chair as Trump has fumed over Powell's decision not to lower interest rates. He's even spread false rumors on official agency letterhead that Powell's resignation would be imminent. So let me get this straight. We have a social influencer who has used his wealth to rise to a position where he can investigate specific targeted folks. And he's already on record of trying to influence Jerome Powell to change interest rates or resign. So I'm sure this just must be a coincidence, huh? Perhaps the most consequential action Pulte has taken is sending 3 criminal referrals for alleged mortgage fraud to the Justice Department, sparking investigations into Cook and 2 longtime Democratic foils of Trump, California Senator Adam Schiff and New York Attorney General Letitia James, who have both denied wrongdoing and called the moves politically motivated. No, wait. It gets worse. The Justice Department is now investigating James, Schiff, and Cook following Pulte's referrals, which accuse each of claiming multiple primary residence on their mortgages. The probes are being led by Ed Martin, a DOJ official who was named head of the department's weaponization working group after his confirmation to be U.S. attorney for the District of Columbia fizzled out. Y'all know Ed Martin. Yeah, y'all do know Ed Martin. So we have an influencer, wealthy influencer, who was able to rise to a position in the Trump administration. And it just so happens that he has landed on people that have publicly criticized Trump. And by the way, this is the administration that's all against lawfare. Yeah, we're not weaponizing the government. Yeah. So that's what's happening after you guys are already on board for trying to pressure the Fed to change interest rates and trying to remove Jerome Powell. But this is legitimate. This I'm supposed to see as legitimate.
I'll go look for them.
No, wait. It gets worse.
Wait, boy.
They were pretty
But
close
while
to each
Pulte has sent referrals for Schiff, James, and Cook, he has not apparently taken any steps in response to a July report from the Associated Press that Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton claimed 3 primary residents in mortgage documents, which James's attorney claimed in a letter was evidence the investigations were politically motivated. Cook, by the way, is the first black woman appointed as the Fed governor with a term set to expire in 2038. So you mean to tell me, is the Ken Paxton, is that just sitting on your desk? Is that what it is? Is it under the papers on Pam Bondi's desk? Is that what it is? I tell you, that must be a huge desk right there. That must be a huge, but this is supposed to be legitimate, like irregardless of your prior issues with the Fed and the fact that this is not something that you have moved on. And by all means, we're going to trust Ed Martin to be fair and impartial. Gotcha. I'm telling you, MAGA, there are no levels to how stupid they are expecting you to be to let all of this fly. There really are no levels. But this is why I'm here, because I had just planned to do this video about black women and how they've been affected by a Trump administration. And then I see what happens with Lisa Cook. And I'm like, why does this feel so familiar to me? Well, here we go. And this, by the way, is one of the tweets that X served up in reporting the news. Lawfare entitled DEI hire is refusing to accept her termination. That's it. Entitled DEI hire. Now, I will do the research that none of you did. Certainly not to qualify to be promoted by X, right? Cook was appointed to the Fed's board by President Joe Biden in 2022. When she took office, became the first black woman to serve as a Fed governor in the institution's over century-long history. She initially filled an unexpired term and was reappointed the following year. Cook has taught economics and international relations at Michigan State University and was previously also on the faculty of Harvard University's Kennedy School of Government. She's received degrees from Oxford University, Spelman College, and the University of California, Berkeley. Some of her most well-known research has focused on the impact of racial violence on African-American innovation and consequently wider economic growth. Also, prior to her appointment to the Fed, Cook served as a senior economist on the Council of Economic Advisors under Barack Obama, as well as senior advisor on finance and development in the Treasury Department's Office of International Affairs from 2000 to 2001 under Presidents Bill Clinton and George W. Bush. But just to really be succinct and summarizing all of that, entitled DEI hire. Yeah, that's an entitled DEI hire. And by the way, this is the part where I would love to bring in the Black MAGAs. I would love to bring in the Black MAGAs, as well as all the people in, I don't know, Chicago and DC who think the Feds and Trump is here for them. You don't qualify your way into being accepted by them. I keep telling y'all this, but stick around because there's a whole lot more where that came from. This is something that he loves to do because we know who he calls the low IQ individuals, right?
AOC, look, I think she's very nice, but she's very low IQ. And we really don't need low IQ. Between her and Crockett, we're going to give them both an IQ test to see who comes out best. Now, I took my test. I took a real test at Walter Reed Medical Center, and I aced it. I got every one of all those questions right. Now it's time for them to take a test.
You know, I've never told you any of this, and I wanted to wait till the day because I don't want to have her. She's a low IQ individual. I don't want to have her say, you know, I had an idea last night while I was sleeping, turning, tossing, sweating. because I sleep. I turn and I toss and I sweat and I sleep like no.
Now let's take a look at Kamala Harris. We got a Juris Doctorate from University of Cal Law. We got a BA from Howard University. That was before becoming the DA of San Francisco, Attorney General of California, a senator from California, and then our vice president. That was Kamala Harris. Now, as far as Jasmine Crockett is concerned, somebody he loves to continue to call low IQ, this was my favorite. The one where they compared her qualifications to be in Congress versus, I don't know, some of her compatriots, some of her colleagues, the kinds of people that also call her a DEI hire.
And here we are back at Elon Musk's AI, and I typed in.
We are very excited to be joined this morning by Graham Plattner. He is a Democratic Senate candidate in the state of Maine, challenging ultimately, if he gets through the primary, Susan Collins, who obviously been there for quite a while. In addition, he is a veteran and he is an oysterman. And he joins us this morning. Great to meet you, Graham.
Oh, thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, of course. So let's start with what made you jump in the race?
I mean, at its core, I really love the state of Maine. I was born and raised here. I got to come come home here after my time overseas. We've got a really unique way of life up here, I think. There's a lot of kind of hard scrabble, making it work. Most people I know have 2 or 3 jobs, lots of seasonal work, lots of non-traditional stuff like clamming, oyster farming, lobster fishing. And it's a really unique place, and it's allowed me to feel very grounded and connected. And I love it. And right now, it feels like a lot of the underlying structures that allowed us to live the way that we do up here are really beginning to fall apart. And U.S. Senate race is pretty much this is the way to get in the fight if I want to really be able to fight for this place.
Yeah, and people who've been talking to the media who've known you for a long time have been saying that you've been the same Graham, basically your whole life, and now you're taking that to the kind of Senate race level. And so I want to ask about that, but I want to preface it with a crazy story, which the audience should know. You would be maybe the second bartender serving in Congress, but you would be the first one that I knew when he was a bartender. So Graham, for people who don't know, Graham bartended at the Tune Inn, which is a bar on Pennsylvania Avenue near the Capitol, while he was a student at GW, which, to your great credit, you didn't finish, which I think is a kind of feather in your cap. And while there, you worked Friday, Saturday, Sunday nights at the Tune Inn. I was often there. I was there basically every Sunday night and some Fridays and Saturdays with some other Washington City paper crew, and then later Huffington Post crew, back before we had kids. And when you jumped in, I reached out to Ned, who was another bartender there who had gone to college with my brother, and my brother and I went to the same school. He was better friends with my brother, but I know Ned well. I was like, Ned, is this the same Graham? And he's like, Graham is running for senator. He sure is. Yeah. I was like, wow, that's amazing. So I hope I tipped well. I hope I left a good impression.
No, I have nothing but good memories, Ryan. So
excellent. I have very few memories. But so to the point of you being the same guy your whole life, this is something I've seen people ask, and I wanted to get your story on it, which is, so you're in high school, I think, when you went and protested Bush's speech in Maine. You went and protested in 2002 in the run up to the war in Iraq. In your yearbook, you've got free Palestine, free Kashmir, free Tibet. You're most likely to lead a revolution, and then you enlist. And so a lot of people have been like, why did you do that? Like you were kind of eyes wide open in a way that other people who enlisted weren't. And so walk us through your decision to enlist out of, was it right out of high school?
Yeah, I took a quick break to go work in the Appalachian Mountains. But yeah, I mean, I graduated, went into the woods for a while, and then joined the Corps. So,
all right. Well, why? Like, what drew you to that? Given that you were already a little bit skeptical about U.S. adventurism abroad.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's two things. On one hand, there was I don't know how to quite explain this, but I'd always wanted to take part in something much bigger than myself. I'd always wanted to take part in
Ooh, that's a weird answer.
Yeah, like big things. Like I do believe in service. I very much believe in doing what you can for your community. And the United States, military service is just culturally a big part of that. There was a draw there, but as you mentioned, I was clearly skeptical of certain bits of American foreign policy. And the other part of it, though, was that I was 19 and I was looking for an adventure. And I certainly got one. Tied into that, though, was this idea back then, and I've been mostly disabused of it by now, but this idea that if you go out there on the cutting edge, I joined the infantry. I was a machine gunner in the Marine Corps. If you're out there where all the bad things are happening, if you're a decent person, if you can maybe bring a little bit of decency into an indecent thing. I did believe that when I was a kid. It is true to an extent, but inside of a much larger failed policy, failed strategy, it's obviously there's only so much you can do, and I had to learn that the hard way. So it's been funny. A lot of people have asked me about this, about my military service, and it's kind of like how it runs up against kind of my politics in some ways. And, to me, it never really did. It was all kind of the same thing. I wanted to go out there and I wanted to see the reality. I didn't want to read about it. I wanted to know if I was going to be opinionated about things. I wanted to make sure that I actually knew what the hell I was talking about. And sadly, with war, it's hard to just read about it and feel like you've gotten all of the information. And that was one of the things that took me there.
Wait, is it approaching?
Where were you deployed, and what was that experience like? What did you sort of learn through that experience?
Yeah, I mean, I joined the Corps in early 2004, and I deployed within a year. My first deployment was to outside of Fallujah in 2005. Did that for 7 months. Came back in August of 2005. Immediately began preparing for our deployment to Ramadi, which we went to, I think, 5 or 6 months later. Back then, I mean, home time was limited. We were just rolling from deployment to deployment. Went to Ramadi in 2006. That was incredibly violent, incredibly, I would say, complicated. That was a hard one. After that, we got back. A number of us who'd been around the block at that point all extended our enlistments so we could go on a third deployment. We felt a real sense of duty to the younger guys who had come in. And so we stuck around, myself and a number of the other NCOs, for our third deployment, which wound up being a Marine Expeditionary Unit. So we wound up primarily bouncing around the Mediterranean and in the Indian Ocean, doing stuff in support of OIF, but not. We didn't go into Iraq. Not that time. And then I wound up getting out briefly, frankly, getting kind of bored. I went to GW for a brief moment, and all my friends were still deploying. So I re-enlisted, and I tried to go back in the Corps, but I had forearm tattoos, which at the time was not okay. And so I wound up joining the United States Army, who did not care about my forearm tattoos. And I went to a long-range surveillance company. I became a reconnaissance team leader, and I deployed to Afghanistan in 10 and 11 with the Army. So, and then many years later, 2017, 2018, I went back to Afghanistan as a security contractor.
Okay, let's go find it.
That was short-lived. My disillusionment had become quite pronounced at that point. So,
Gotcha.
Do you meet a lot of veterans out on the campaign trail, and how have they responded to your criticism of the genocide in Gaza, and B, more generally, your criticism of a reckless American foreign policy?
Yes, and the response is always very positive. I mean, look, when you've been out there and you've seen it for what it is, when you come home, and you see like, you see kind of a system that just kept on rolling along. People always talk about this kind of bitterness that a lot of combat vets feel when they come back and like society doesn't understand them. That's true. There's also an element where you come back and you realize that you got really taken advantage of, and all of your ideals and your beliefs, your willingness to put yourself out there, to put your life on the line, to see your friends, frankly, get sacrificed, and you come back and you realize that it was all for nothing.
Not too bad.
That's hard. That's I still struggle with this. It's an emotionally complicated situation. And a lot of guys turn to an immense amount. Men and women. I was in the infantry, so I apologize. That's still a hang up of mine. A lot of young men and women who return, like that. You have to layer on top of all of the trauma this deep sense of like none of it meant anything. And I know a lot of vets who are conservative and progressive, Republican and Democrat, who have the same critique that I do, that it was all bullshit and it was all meant to make somebody else very, very wealthy.
Yeah.
And when you just say that out loud, a ton of people understand that that's the truth because they feel it too. Yeah. And it's gotten a lot of, I think, positive response because I'm just saying stuff that everybody kind of knows already. I'm not inventing anything here.
Graham, how much interest has there been in your outspoken opposition to the genocide in Gaza?
Less than I expected.
No.
I will say, I mean, from the obvious channels, that's expected. Susan Collins said something about it like on the second day.
Like you thought you would get hit harder, you mean?
Yeah.
Right. Got it.
And because I was right out the gate. For me, it's not worth mincing words on this. You're going to have to talk about it eventually. I like the fact that people still try to hem and haw on this is both. I just think it's morally horrific, but on the flip side, it also doesn't make any sense. Like you can't hem and haw on it, and you're going to get asked about it. So you may as well just rip the Band-Aid off and just deal with the reality that we are looking at. I do firmly believe that even within the last month, the conversation has changed significantly. And it does seem that history is, in this case, at least when it comes to public perception, trending a little bit towards justice. It's going to be, we will never be forgiven for what we have helped make happen here.
Or should we be?
I think people are starting to realize that, though.
Graham, why do you think that Susan Collins has been so uniquely difficult to supplant? Everybody thought she was going to lose last time. Polls looked like she was going to lose. Her opponent raised tens of millions of dollars and then nothing. What is it that Mainers think they're getting out of her? And do they still feel that way, do you think?
So, the big question, the big answer to this is that things have changed. Susan Collins has relied on an immense amount of Democrats in the state of Maine to vote for her over the years, which a lot of Democrats in Maine were willing to do, myself included. I voted for Collins in the first election I could ever vote in. But there was like this, the moderate charade did last a long time, but it's gone now. Nobody believes this. Even Republicans don't believe it. It's nobody thinks she really stands for anything. So there is.
Well, Graham, let me actually, to your point, this will back you up. She recently went to just like a ribbon cutting kind of thing and got protested. And people were chanting, what we need to do is vote for you. So you've clearly made quite an impression on a lot of people in the state in a short period of time. Let's go ahead and play D1, guys.
But I'm so disgusted with the cuts the Republican Party has made to this big ugly bill. That's what you're disgusted. Get out of here.
So now, if you would let me celebrate with
there's no celebration during this. I want to celebrate. You're gonna fat shame me?
So could you just?
You're not so slim yourself.
Could you please just listen for just one?
We like you. No, you never listen to us. You never listen to your job. Your votes destroy your
for a moment. Could you,
What are you coming to, sir?
could you just
You
listen?
have voted for our Israel every vote.
I have a suggestion. Could you listen to the suggestion?
Vote Graham Thunder!
Could you?
Yeah!
Graham, were you surprised at all to see that?
I mean, I'm not. I mean, obviously, it's quite. The reaction to all of this has been quite flattering and, in many ways, very surreal. I'm not surprised. I mean, Susan Collins hasn't held a town hall in, I think, 25 years.
Wow.
She is uniquely inaccessible to her constituents, and so it does not surprise me that at this point, when her constituents find ways to access her, they're going to take advantage of it. So no, I'm not surprised.
How's your fundraising been? Because in Washington, that's the thing that people like the Democratic Senate Committee, if they're trying to talk to Janet Mills about whether or not she should run, are looking at. Like, have you seen an influx of small donors from around the country, or can you give us any details?
So, for the record, I just need to put this out. Like, I've never done this before. I have no real benchmarks. Mostly what I say sounds good is because somebody who knows what they're talking about told me this is good. We hit $1 million today, all small dollar donations. We're not taking APAC money. We're not taking corporate PAC money. We're not taking super PAC stuff. We launched last Tuesday. So, I mean, that is it's pretty solid. We have, despite that fact, and I'll just plug this right now, grahamforsenate.com. If you can give even $1, we can use it. We need to raise a lot more, but we have been able to, I think, tap into a fundraising mechanism that I think, we saw a few years ago explode with Bernie, with AOC, with a lot of the kind of small dollar stuff. And it seems in some recent races it hasn't been able to be tapped into as much, but there's just an excitement that I think is born from an angst and an anger that people really did start to feel like, I think some people started to give up. Not because they're apathetic, not because they don't believe, not because they're politically disengaged. I think there was an element of a lot of people just looked at what's happening and started to feel like, Jesus, what can we?
Oh, who are you? You're not a puppet. Are you here to listen to my music? I can't sing anymore. This petrification disease took away my songs. Riddles. I was fooled by him. He said this place was a shelter. Patricia, I'm so sorry.
Is this the Riddler? The guy that's been asking me questions?
Patricia,
Do I bring her something to drink? Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Oh my god. my god. Wait, that killed me? No way. I don't even know what that is. Disruption occurs when disruption damage builds up. When the disruption damage gauge fills up, your character will die. Use a purification ampule to remove disruption damage before you die. I can do that. I need that. This one then. Oh, okay, yeah. This is the one I need. Here, let's do the resistance too. Then don't need the lamp, but the grind. And let's put how long does that last? Fuck. Should have thought about that. Ah! Oh my god. I can't move. Gotta get him first. Yeah, that's fine. No, it'll kill me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. At least I got my souls. I'm gonna have to just run straight through there. All of them. I have to be really bad. Let's go. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my god. How did I kill the first one so easily? I took out one of them and it was no fucking problem. What the fuck? Here, fuck you. Go away. Dude, what the fuck? Oh my god. How do you avoid it? Okay, no, I'm just gonna die again. I'm just gonna die straight away. Straight away, I'm just gonna die again. Fuck, man, I hate these things. And their little puppet should die when I kill them. What the fuck? Why would your puppet be able to walk around? Doesn't make any sense. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Jesus Christ, dude. What the fuck is happening? Wait, do they respawn? Maybe they don't respawn and I'll be happy. Wait, no, I already killed one. They didn't respawn. They do respawn. It'd be really cool if they were like a different path forward, you know. How do I get down? Okay, let's go just the left way. I'm gonna go back to the checkpoint and then hang left. Oh my god. Okay, really? It doesn't get just like, oh my, no, it's gonna just scream at me and kill me, like now. It's gonna summon more things now. I'm gonna wait and it's gonna summon more things. I'm assuming that's what's gonna happen. God damn it, fuck this game, dude. Now what? Is there no way through this? Like, what the fuck? Aww. A recession happening again. What? No way. Okay, hold on, sorry.
We do. And now we're talking about building working class power. We're talking about building a movement. We're talking about, frankly, doing what needs to be done, which is rebuilding movement politics here in the state of Maine. And that is speaking to people. And they are getting in the fight. They're signing. We have 300 volunteer signups a day, which is, I mean, wild to me. I mean, like, it's overwhelming, and it's humbling. It's all very strange for me personally, because 2-3 weeks ago I was still very much living a very quiet life. But I think on the fundraising front, we've been able to show that this mechanism still works, and it's still powerful, and we can still do this.
Graham, last question for me. I saw you on CNN say, I'm not voting for Chuck Schumer for leader. I suspect you probably have some critiques of Hakeem Jeffries as well. Apac Shakur, as Charlemagne the God is calling him. But, where do you think the Democratic Party leadership went astray?
I mean, I think it's actually pretty simple. The Democratic Party leadership, a long time ago, I'm going to say this very quick. I don't actually blame many of these people as like individuals.
Thank you.
I think that they have grown up in a system that showed them a way to success that was not actually tied to reality. It was tied to massive amounts of money. And in some ways, I think that because of that, like they almost are like emotionally and ideologically incapable of understanding the moment that they're in. And so I mean, that doesn't excuse anything. I'm not trying to make excuses for people, but I do think that that's why we need different leadership. We need leadership that does understand that that when they send out text messages saying we're in a fight for our democracy, we actually are. It's not a fundraising message. It's a legitimate thing that is happening, and we need to be acting like the language we are using. And I think the fact that our leadership has not done that just shows that we cannot continue with this kind of leadership in the party.
And last question for me, your campaign put out a poll or shared a poll with the media yesterday that they had done internally that found Janet Mills, who would be 79 when she's sworn in, which would make her the oldest freshman senator in American history, which is amazing considering how old the Senate is in general, had her neck and neck with Susan Collins and had you up something like 16 points. Now, polls in Maine have been bad in the past. Sarah Gideon was expected to win by like 5. So you got to take them all with a grain of salt. But when you dug into those numbers, when it came to independents or Republicans, what jumped out to you?
It's like right outside a hotel.
What jumped out to me is that like my theory is holding true, which is that here in the state of Maine, we have 30% Democrats, 30% Republicans, and 30% unenrolled / independent / third party. You need to appeal to those unenrolled and independents. You need to appeal to those Republicans who voted for Donald Trump because they wanted big structural change, and what they've gotten is just getting robbed more. And they're starting to realize it. It doesn't surprise me because my theory from the get-go has been that not only can we beat Susan Collins, but we can crush Susan Collins if we build a legitimate working class movement that's based around fixing material issues in people's lives. It's very simple. Down here in the real world, pretty much everybody's got the exact same problems and they all pretty much blame the same people. We just need to harness that. We need to tap into it. And we just need to point all of that energy in the direction it needs to be pointed, which frankly is just up. We have not been doing that. And if we do that, then we're going to win. And we are going to win.
Well, Graham, congrats on a massively successful launch. Please keep in touch with us. We're certainly going to be following the campaign, and it's a pleasure to speak with you today.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure, guys. I really appreciate it.
All right, and we'll see you at the Tune In next time you're in Washington, D.C.
Yes, indeed.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. A Democratic National Committee panel has rejected a resolution calling for an arms embargo against Israel and a ceasefire in Gaza. The vote came during a DNC meeting Tuesday in Minneapolis. This is Allison Minnerly, a DNC member from Florida, sponsor of the arms embargo resolution.
This resolution is straightforward and enforceable. It calls for the end of supplying weapons and military aid as we see the war ongoing and raging in Gaza. 7% of Democrats support the party's current position in this conflict and in this crisis.
Minute will be joined by Allison Minnerly. A second resolution on Israel was initially approved, but then the author of the resolution, DNC Chair Ken Martin, withdrew it. Martin called for a task force to be formed to help build party unity on the issue.
I am going to appoint a committee or a task force comprised of stakeholders on all sides of this to continue to have the conversation, to work through this and bring solutions back to our party. And so with that, I would ask this committee to withdraw my resolution so we can move forward united today.
Recent polls show only a small percentage of Democratic voters here in the United States support Israel's war on Gaza. We go now to Minneapolis, where we're joined by Allison Minnerly. She's 26 years old, a DNC member from Florida, sponsor of the Israel arms embargo resolution that was rejected. Allison, welcome to Democracy Now! Can you explain what happened to yours? What was the vote on the panel? And then Ken Martin had resolution calling for a ceasefire, but then withdrew it after yours was defeated. Explain.
Yes, so earlier this month, I filed a resolution relating to Gaza calling for the arms embargo and the end of military aid to Israel as an official position of the Democratic Party. And what you saw yesterday is that the chair, Ken Martin, also filed a resolution. And his resolution specifically did not call for some of these more actionable items. While it did call for a ceasefire, it didn't go far enough in addressing the humanitarian crisis that we're seeing and did not really align us with our base of voters. And so really the intention in filing my resolution was to make sure that as a party, we're having the conversation, but also that we are meeting our voters because it's so important. And so what you'll see yesterday is that once we got to the floor and once we had a vote, unfortunately, the resolution number 18 that I filed did not pass and did not make it through the committee, but Chair Martin's did. But ultimately, Chair Martin decided to pull his resolution as well and decided, upon request of the co-sponsors of my resolution, we were able to get him to commit to creating this task force and continuing the conversation because we think it's too important to ignore.
Could you talk about the fault lines in the DNC and the Democratic Party leadership on Gaza? Is this largely a generational divide, or what? How do you see it?
What's interesting is that I don't think it's necessarily generational. While I think a lot of young voters care about this in particular, I think that there are so many people, either members, people at home, even just everyday organizers that come from different backgrounds, different perspectives. And it's so widely and broadly supported. Like you already mentioned, the percentage really is so slim of Democrats that do support the current position. It's around 7%. So even within that number, it's very a wide representation of just the base at large.
So, go ahead, Juan.
Yeah, and could you tell us also why you're relatively new to the Democratic National Committee? Why did you decide to join? And there are obviously many young people who think at this point neither the Republicans nor the Democrats answer the needs of the country.
Absolutely. So earlier this year, I would like to break down this process because I think it is something that not everybody knows about, which is that every year, right, the DNC meets several times a year. And in these committee meetings, in these, general body meetings, there are decisions like this that are made. And I think that what's really important to know is that anybody that's watching at home, if you get involved in your local state party, your local chapter, things like that, there's an opportunity for you to become a state committee person who then becomes eligible to be a DNC member, which is exactly what I did. And so while my win and, path to becoming a DNC member was unexpected, the Youth Coalition in Florida, the same young people that organized March for Our Lives, that led the Don't Say Gay walkouts at their schools, we have a really strong history of youth organizing. And when we realized that the DNC slate, the people that were running to be our DNC members didn't fully represent us or our values, we knew that we needed young people to step up and lead. And I was happy to heed that call and to take that action and to really just use my voice as an extension of them, because this is really our seat as youth organizers in Florida.
Part of your resolution, Allison, calls for Congress to recognize Palestine as a state. Was there discussion about this? And talk about how big the DNC is, the Democratic National Committee. I don't think people realize we're talking about hundreds of people.
Yes, absolutely. So the DNC itself is roughly over 430 members. This is allocated proportionally based on the state. So as an example, I come from the state of Florida, where we have 11 members. There are also at-large appointments that the chair can make as well. So it's a generally, decent-sized body. And what I think is really interesting is just that, from all the different states, there's so many different people with different perspectives, different backgrounds. And overall, when we think about that big membership that comes together, there's a lot of different conversations that happen. But I will say, when you talk specifically about, calling for a Palestinian state, I think that you can't have a conversation about a two-state solution when you're not recognizing Palestine. And I really wanted to highlight that there is a need for that. And that also, this is not necessarily out of the norm. We're seeing so many other nations make this decision, make this call to really recognize Palestinian dignity. And I think that as Democrats, the party that has traditionally been for international law and human rights, this would be a step in the right direction. And I was proud to add that to the resolution.
And finally, go ahead, Juan.
Yeah, and what do you see is happening next now that there's this joint group that Martin has called for to meet on Gaza?
Yeah, so we don't have next steps just yet. As we mentioned, this was a conversation that happened yesterday, kind of right after the committee vote. And so I am really looking forward to how those conversations will go. I think that the conversation is too important to ignore. Something that I mentioned yesterday is it feels like the DNC is putting a comma in a conversation where voters have put a period, right? When we think about only 7% of Democrats supporting the current position, I don't think this conversation needed to be prolonged. However, we made a clear ask to Chair Martin as a coalition of co-sponsors that there can't be an end to that conversation today. So even by him pulling his resolution, by our resolution, not proceeding forward. We thought that there was a clear, call to action there that we need to continue this conversation. And I will add too, something that will be happening today is that we are going to put this resolution for a vote on the full floor today by calling it into question yet again. And so I think that this just shows that task force committee, we're going to keep continuing because Palestinian rights and dignity are just too important to ignore at a time like this. And we want the war in Gaza to end.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Nermeen Sheikh in New York.
And Karen Uggle's videos have been kind of hit or miss for me lately.
So the term slop tuber has been gaining a lot of relevance in the last year or so, and I wanted to talk about it today. And not just like slop tubers, but mainly like the commentary ecosystem, because you guys might have seen that Destiny and Ethan Klein have now turned against each other, and Destiny is even saying stuff about Ethan Klein supporting Israel. And if you know like literally anything about Destiny and Israel, you know he's pretty vocally supported Israel, even gone on trips paid by the Israeli government to Israel and filmed it and stuff. And now he's saying that because to a lot of these like commentary and even political commentary YouTubers, they don't really believe in anything. Now, they might have political beliefs or some sort of core principles, but that doesn't really stop them attacking other people and switching up their political beliefs or their views just to attack someone they used to be very close with. And this always seems to happen with this kind of brand of YouTuber, that you'll see these people feature on live streams together, collab on podcasts, and then maybe a month later, a year later, they're all making content on each other. It's this very like toxic ecosystem where there is no loyalty among slop tubers. And it's probably not surprising all these people are like reactionary capitalists just seeking to milk any situation. And yeah, sure, as we're going to talk about with the Destiny stuff, it's a good thing that his YouTube allies turned on him because of what he's done. At the same time, you see plenty of other examples where a lot of people turn on their friends just because it's the popular thing to do. Even if they have defended those creators for terrible behavior in the past, when the tide shifts against them, don't worry, they'll get their jabs in as well. And that reminds me a lot of Mr. Beast, where every single slop tuber had defended him for years and years and years, and then suddenly all of them turned against him. But there was this like general sentiment online that people didn't like him anymore. But even now they've kind of stopped attacking him because the sentiment has returned to being like more neutral, right? And there's like a couple other examples I want to talk about. One of the recent ones, like Musahar, Some Ordinary Gamers, he was in a scandal where he had lied about being an engineer his whole YouTube career. So all the knives came out for him because that is like the worst thing he has ever done ever. So endless commentary videos must be made on someone that you either know and are kind of friends with, or that you have constantly defended in the past, because this whole ecosystem is pretty much just driven by contrarianism, capitalism, and just clout chasing. So there is no incentive to develop real relationships between creators, and the commentary ecosystem relies on just this insane interpersonal drama, which ultimately shows that these creators believe in nothing. Because if you are going to go as far as going on paid government trips to Israel to promote them, and then turn around and call one of your old allies like someone who supports like crimes against humanity because they support Israel, then it shows you just never really gave a shit. And you see, even with politics content, you see all of politics as just like constant drama and beef with other political creators. And we also had this on leftist YouTube for the longest time when Vosh was popular, and so many like Vosh copycat channels popped up, and so many people like who were hangers on, just like with Destiny. and they would turn the whole of left-wing YouTube into a similar type of thing to commentary YouTube. Thankfully, after Vosh got exposed for that horse file, all of these channels have seemed to have died, and his influence on the general left-wing community has really waned, that no one wants to associate with him anymore. All the channels that clung to him have pretty much died at this point. But there was a time where even left-wing YouTube would do the exact same shit that I'm going to talk about in this video, and it is profitable, and it was profitable for left-wing YouTube.
I've seen a bunch of those.
Ultimately, it's not sustainable for most creators, and I think people who consume this content and creators who make it just drive themselves crazy by trying to defend constantly the indefensible and constantly switching up their own principles and views just to cash in on what's popular. So I'm going to talk about all of that today. I don't even know what I'm going to call this video. But before we go any further, if you want to follow me on social media, check me out on Blue Sky and on Instagram at Tabernacle. If you want to support my work, support me on YouTube memberships or on my Patreon page. And if you liked the video after you've watched it, please leave a like and maybe subscribe to the channel. So just before we get into the recent events I want to talk about, I just want to talk about how this was big on left-wing YouTube a tiny bit more. So when I started making YouTube videos in progressive YouTube, most of the content creators in the space were more news type content creators. So I spoke a lot how the Young Turks kind of model was kind of the tried and tested model of how to run a political YouTube channel, right? So you'd cover the news, you'd cover it more straight up, and you had various channels like Secular Talk, The Humanist Report, Rational National, and even myself, I would try and be a bit more like that. So you'd cover it straight up politics. But then what you had, I guess in maybe 2019 and 2020, was the rise of the live streamers in the community. Destiny had already been pretty big for just debating people, streaming all the time. But then you had people coming out of his community like Vosh, and people like Vosh and then his copycats and clones and his hangers-on, they created a new ecosystem on the left that was all about either debating crazy people, debating right-wingers, or going after left-wing people in a really, really toxic way. And if you did have a conversation with someone that you supposedly had disagreement with, it would quickly turn toxic and then turn into some sort of just content slot that you'd constantly bring up. You'd constantly try and monetize it, you'd constantly try and bring it up, and your audience would lap that shit up as entertainment, and it increasingly made the online left space really toxic, because although most online leftists didn't act like this, because this guy who came from Destiny's own community had such a big influence, he did turn a lot of online leftist YouTube into this just crazy drama happening all the time. And thankfully, I feel people both grew tired of that content and became sick of this guy once he exposed himself, because there's a reason you don't see him collab with anyone anymore or even debate anyone about anything, is because everyone has basically shunned him for what he exposed himself to be. But it made it such a toxic space, and I'm very happy that era is over. As someone who posted here before it started and has posted here long after it's gone, it was just the worst thing for any sort of dialogue between different left-wing groups. And although people might accuse me as someone who's also started drama, if you actually watch my videos where I criticize bread tubers, for example, none of that is based in personal attacks. I'm not resorting to personal insults. I'm not trying to make some sort of drama where I have a arc like his fans used to say about himself. It was just constructive criticism and analysis about how left-wing YouTube has changed. People might have turned that into drama afterwards. I wasn't responsible for how the video was, I guess, received by some people. Even after making a little follow-up, I don't want to talk about that anymore, because I feel like the excessiveness of talking about something like that would drive the content back in the direction that I don't like. And that's even when I said, when Hassan and Ethan Klein had that debate about Israel for 5 hours, what is even the fucking point of this? Because, again, it reminded me of what left-wing YouTube used to feel like, where people would just have these crazy debates, and it would resemble something more like the commentary community, where people would take sides primarily based on personalities, and it would all be about interpersonal drama, and there was nothing constructive done in these arguments or streams. And I feel like in a little niche community like left-wing YouTube, having that style of content being very popular just was a recipe for disaster. So I'm glad we've moved past it. But it's never stopped in the commentary, centrist, liberal type of streamer and content creator. And that's where we find ourselves with this recent thing. Like I said, these people primarily don't believe anything, or they don't believe in any politics or morals stronger than like their personal beefs with people. That's the main thing that matters. Have you slighted that person? Have you angered that person? Have you said something mean about that person? That's the thing that matters most, and that's what your commentary should be informed by. So this all started when a YouTuber, some sort of anti-leftist drama YouTuber from the looks of things, just like loads of videos about bad empanada, iDubbbz and Hassan on his channel. Don't really know much about him. I did have him blocked on Twitter, so I must have seen him before. But he made a video talking about reporting Destiny to the police. And from what I understand, there was that big scandal of Destiny having lots of recorded content of like his own sexual encounters, and even ones he wasn't involved in, and he had been collecting them and had them saved. And what this Woolly Mac alleges is that one of the people in the videos was 17 years old, and he actually knew it, and he told him he had the video, and this Woolly Mac reported Destiny to the
Jesus. Okay. 2 modes, I'm assuming. Oh, King of Puppets, hello. Not just a puppet, but royalty. Ow. What? Damn, dude. Brutal. There better be a second mode. There is a second mode. There is going to be one. There has to be. Yep. big deal. I'm gonna die really fast, but no big deal. You just got Terminator Eye, that's it. Who cares? Ow. Oh wait, is he a human? Should I be using acid? I think I do. I think I do need to have acid. He seems like a human. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wasn't getting any build-up during that. I don't think. So let's do... It could be blighted. There's a possibility it's blighted and not acid. Shit. Ugh. Whatever. Ow. Fuck me. Oh my god, no way. I didn't see that the whole last time. One more time. Let's do it. Oh my god. No. He is a puppet, isn't he? This isn't working. Shit. I think I should have kept the electric one. He's a puppet. He's a puppet. I thought he was a real person. I thought he was a real boy. It was my bad. I'm really sick of avoiding that. Okay, well, if that's how it's gonna be. Jesus Christ. Let's try this again. Oh, what? That shouldn't have been able to hit me from there. Oh my god. I can't tell if he is or not. Like, I don't feel like I'm doing as much damage now. what the fuck? No way. Hey, yes, I'm there. I am here. I'm here. I'm just kind of focused. I'm doing okay. Going straight back to it. Fuck, it's an annoying fight. Jesus Christ. Okay. Whew. One more time. I could upgrade this weapon a little bit more. Shit. Ow. Okay, come on. Damn it! Bro, why can't I hit this? Oh my god. No way. Yes! Oh! Thank you. Thank you, my guy. Thank you. Oh my god. Hell yeah.
Incredible! You defeated the king! I got it too, right? There's only one way to find out. Go backstage.
Okay, that was wild. I can't believe I survived. My little friend. I was so worried I was gonna like freak out and get hit trying to get the last hit, and my little friend that I saved his life. I saved his life, he saved my life. He saved my whole game actually. Oh my god, is my knuckle cracking loud enough for the mic? Jesus Christ.
Antonia's condition is getting worse. I knew it would come to this. The petrification disease locks people inside a cage, inside their own bodies. We're all safe. Me as well.
Oh, it's you. Come closer, won't you, when you reach a certain age. It's a comfort to reflect on old memories. That's a portrait of me when I was young. I was so feisty, so fearless back then. I loved the world, and the world loved me back. The passion of those days is long gone, but I still dream of those memories. I'm curious what your young eyes see. Is there any resemblance between me and that portrait?
I mean, I'm gonna say yeah.
It seems Geppetto even taught you good manners. Yes, those beautiful memories are still vivid in my mind. Time and the memories that fill it are all we have. I hope you're making some good memories of your own. They may be a comfort to you someday.
You should be taking this into account if you're watching too. Don't just sit around playing games and like, I did it. You need to get out there a little bit too. Go out to an arcade even. Play games in a public setting where you meet new people and stuff. You're gonna be disappointed if you spend your entire life locked up. Even by choice.
The police. So from what I
watch Tabernacle. I don't. Nah. Nah. Yeah, that's me. Hotel Garden on the way to the Elysian Boulevard.
Welcome, good sir. At last we speak frankly instead of with professional reserve. confess. Something involving your unique...
Failed drag queen, smoky eye sociopath, JD, just dance.
I don't know exactly why, and we need not dwell on the details. Instead, I wish to dwell on the welfare of Lady Antonia. I adore Lady Antonia. It is a presumptuous feeling for a puppet to have, to be sure. I have no intention of putting myself forward, of course. However,
oh God,
I cannot watch her die. It's too painful. Thus, I need your unique perspective. You exist somewhere between human and puppet.
he wants advice.
Can a puppet and a human fall in love?
I mean, yeah, I mean.
It exists indeed. An unbelievable love, to be sure, with a wedding ring as its symbol. I fear even trying to pursue such a splendid happiness.
I hope that doesn't come back to bite me in the ass.
I have no intention of telling her, of course. If I may be frank, this is better than I dared hope. Even if you are telling me a sweet lie, I shall savor it. Thank you. It was wise to confide in you. Thank you for granting me that wisdom. No matter what brings us, I will.
Hey, he's gone. Okay, I'm gonna grab a drink while I'm chilling in the chair. I'm gonna play the video too.
Vance, who for expediency and efficiency and spite, I will from now on refer to as Lil Smokey, pun intended on the Lil Smokey. He knows, you guys, he knows because they've told Trump, because Trump's talking about, I got to get into heaven. People say I'm not doing well. The dementia's on fleek. We've got muffin top cankles. We've got the bruising on the hands. Everybody in there knows that the curtains are about to close on this guy. And JD Vance is right there, chomping at the bit, ready to get in. Put up this tweet from Newswire. Vance says he's ready to be president while praising Trump's health. This is what they do. Praising Trump's health, but also I'm ready to be president. Right. The MAGA movement is always an exercise in contradiction, and that is on purpose. It is on purpose to say we're the party of law and order. And then you have a convicted felon that pardons felons. They on purpose say, oh, these masked agents, they have to have masks over their face because otherwise they're going to get doxxed. When the biggest doxer on the planet is Donald Trump, that doxes the judiciary, his opponents, anybody that speaks out against him. And Little Smokey is escalating the gaslighting. And he is going after Mamdani. Zoran Mamdani in New York. Play the video.
Does Mamdani, when you hear him speak, is this a man who feels gratitude for the United States of America? Is this a man who feels grateful for all of the opportunities, the incredible bounty of this country? I don't know the guy, but my sense is he's had a very good life in this country. It would be nice for him to occasionally show a sense of gratitude instead of just attacking the United States for all of its problems. You bring up
Pumps ripping.
I'm so confused on why JD Vance thinks everybody needs to thank him all the time. What in the fuck is he talking about? Zelensky didn't say thank you. Mamdani doesn't say thank you. Like, shut up. You betrayed your city. I mean, I'm sorry, your state when you wrote Hillbilly Elegy and did all that, then you ran out and got queer-eyed by Peter Thiel. You can't fucking wait for Donald Trump to die, JD Vance. This was all part of the oligarchy plan, and you're in there doing the bidding. So he's praising Trump's health as he has a hard dick about ascending to the presidency.
Has he ever been grateful for immigration, that he got a wife he maybe allegedly loves? I mean, I don't know. I've heard him kind of talk about it's not her problem that she's white. Has he not been grateful for multiculturalism, that he has multicultural children? I've never heard any gratitude about that. All I've heard him is demean immigrants. All I've heard is him prop up thinly veiled racist attacks. All I've seen him do is support criminals. All I've seen him do is try to uphold the erosion of the rule of law. This guy, it's projection, because he has no gratitude for anything, because he hasn't had to work hard. He got he had a net worth pumps $1 million from Hillbilly Elegy. Peter Thiel and the other evil oligarchs needed someone that they could own. They take JD Vance. Now he's worth over $10 million. He is nothing short of a little smoky sociopath prostitute. That's just what he is, like so many politicians. And here's Little Smokey, this guy who there is video after video after video of him describing how Trump is corrupt, how he's crazy, how he's a threat to democracy. And JD Vance has the gall and the audacity to get on camera and talk about authenticity. And let that sink in. He is the most inauthentic prostitute in the American government right now. Lil Smokey is. And he has the fucking audacity to speak about authenticity as though he is an expert on it. Play the clip.
Up humor. Gavin Newsom sure thinks he's a comedian these days on social media, and so does much of the left. His polling numbers have gone way up since he started mimicking President Trump on social media.
Yeah.
What do you make of Governor Newsom?
I make of Governor Newsom that you said he's mimicking Donald Trump, and I think that's exactly right. The lesson of Donald Trump, the lesson of President Trump in American politics is you've got to be authentic to yourself. And when I see Gavin Newsom trying to act like Donald Trump, that's the opposite of authenticity. He's not trying to be Gavin Newsom, whoever that is. He's trying to be
whoever that is.
Copy of Donald Trump, and it just doesn't work. You can't mimic the king. You can't mimic the master. You ought to just go and be yourself. And I think the American people would like that a lot more than a cheap imitation of the President of the United States.
Okay, nobody is trying to mimic Donald Trump more than Lil Smokey. And furthermore, Gavin Newsom is not mimicking. He's mocking relentlessly, and he is a layup, and his approval ratings are rising. But JD Vance, everything that he said there, the lack of self-awareness and the statement that you and I say a lot, Pumps, you can't shame the shameless. That's why he's our Lil Smokey sociopath. This is a man that is a failed drag queen. He tried to be a drag queen. Pictures are all over the internet. He failed at it. So what does he do? He starts hating what he didn't have the authenticity to be, or the courage to be. This man is evil. He is more organized and more ambitious than Donald Trump. He's more connected with people who have far more nefarious intents. And he is waiting in the lurch, ready to pounce into the presidency. And I believe, viewer, I believe they know Kanks is about to drop dead. Alex Jones gives him within 12 months, which I think is generous. And they have to militarize and get big balls and all these other freaks close to all the voting machines so that they can do whatever they can to keep their evil supermajority. And think about this, Pumps. This is what drives me fucking crazy growing up in a Republican red state our whole lives. The founders, the Constitution, freedom, America, land of opportunity, all that shit, they never talk about anymore because that's not what they want anymore. They want a dictatorship. They want to control thought. They want to control other human beings.
They want to control it for everyone other than white men with money. And let's just remember, Usha Vance is a second-generation immigrant. But here's a couple things I just want to say. JD Vance, were you authentic when you called Trump America's Hitler? are you authentic now that you kiss his ass? And JD Vance, are you thankful for Sephora? Are you thankful every day? Have you called out thank you for eyeliner? Because where is the fucking gratitude for Sephora? I've had it.
Oh my God, Pups, that's so good. He has no gratitude.
No gratitude for Sephora.
I mean, where's it every day? This man is a failed drag queen, and he sits and, God only knows what he had to do with Peter Thiel to increase his net worth.
Oh, well, I think we can all figure it out.
Yeah. And let's just remember, you guys, this is the party that crashed Grindr twice. This is the party whose leader tried to give a microphone a blowjob. This is a party whose leader, who's so authentic, was Trump authentic when he was talking about the size of Arnold Palmer's cock with glee and utter excitement. I mean, literally foaming at the mouth. He's so excited. It's unbelievable. These people. And it's not the gay stuff. It's not the bisexual stuff. It's not the eyeliner. We support all of that. Freedom of expression. We actually believe in that. It's the hypocrisy and being cruel to people that in secret you truly are.
I don't believe you.
Lastly, the Lincoln Project is still around, and they know how to occupy real estate in the MAGA movement because they used to be Republicans. And they got to Trump, and it was an absolute no. And they're making videos like this about Lil Smokey and Kanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to announce that Senator J.D. Vance has the overwhelming support of this convention to be the next Vice President of the United States.
Who has heard the poem called The Snake? On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. Take me in, oh tender woman. Take me in, for heaven's sake. Take me in, oh tender woman, sighed the vicious snake.
I can't stomach Trump. I think that he's noxious.
She clutched him to her bosom. You're so beautiful, she cried. But instead of saying thank you, that snake gave her a vicious bite.
Fellow Christians, everyone is watching us when we apologize for this, man. Lord, help us.
I have saved you, cried the woman, and you've bitten me, heavens why?
That he was fundamentally divisive, arrogant.
You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die.
He's leading our political discourse to a very negative place.
Oh, shut up, silly woman, said the reptile with a grin.
Might be America's Hitler, might be a cynical a-hole.
You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in.
I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
Here's the thing. Trump is the most paranoid motherfucker on the planet. And we know authoritarians surround themselves with incompetent people because that means they can still be the star. This shit with Trump is going to make him crazy. And here's the thing. With Vance, and now Vance is coming out saying this is going to make Trump bananas, and I'm here for it.
I'm 100% here for it. We are set. Kanks, we need to keep highlighting what J.D. Vance is doing and who he's colluding with, because he is an inauthentic little snake. All right, that's all we have for today. Like and subscribe. We'll see you all later.
So, I just find it absolutely hilarious how Asmongold is this guy who lives in filth. Cockroaches crawl on him routinely in the middle of his streams. He's impossibly stupid, knows nothing about anything, except he can perfectly recite every single neo-Nazi dog whistle to you verbatim. I find that incredible. While, by the way, he is presently also crusading against anti-Semitism alongside Ethan Klein and Dan Saltman and stuff. It's amazing. The only thing that Asmongold knows is every single obscure white nationalist dog whistle. He used to have a character in World of Warcraft named after Anders Breivik, the white nationalist mass shooter from Norway. He had a WoW character named Anders Nordic, the name of Anders Breivik's WoW character. So Asmongold is a long-time white nationalist. The only thing that he has ever bothered to learn about is like white nationalism and neo-Nazism. He hasn't learned like how to keep his house cockroach-free. What he has learned about is every single obscure like fucking David Duke dog whistle used against Jews or blacks or anyone else. There was a great clip of him talking on his stream recently that really made this clear. So let's watch that right now. Keep in mind, this is someone who is presently, like, crusading against anti-Semitism on Twitch. Remember that. Remember as you watch this, what this supposed anti-Semitism crisis actually is and what it's actually about. Because it's certainly not about actual anti-Semitism. It's about, like, attacking pro-Palestine, anti-US imperialism people.
And Jews and blacks did it? It's all Jews and blacks. Yeah.
Just listen to the way he fucking talks. It's Jews and blacks, Jews and blacks. Holy fuck. This guy talks like a Nazi. Like, the Nazism emanates from his stinky visage.
And by the way, on Twitter, you would have a lot of people that agree with you. No, there's been a lot of people that have been feeling that way. It's been massive. It's been crazy. Like,
I'm feeling what way?
I've been seeing like the amount of people who are like hyper focused on like, especially Jews. People really don't like Jews anymore.
He's not saying this to denounce it, by the way. If anything, he's agreeing with it.
They really, really don't. Like, I've been seeing, like, and I feel like every time that I feel like it's peaked, it goes again. It gets even more extreme. People go even harder with it. They never have, bro. I mean, there's 109 examples of that. You're right.
Oh my God.
So the 109 examples thing comes from like this white nationalist dog whistle saying that Jews have been expelled from 109 countries, ergo that, you know, they must have some reason to have done that to them. You know, how can 109 countries be wrong? So Asmongold knows how to throw out that neo-Nazi dog whistle. Just he has it ready. He has it like in the back of his mind. He doesn't have like how to brush his teeth in the back of his mind. He doesn't have like how to clean his toilet in the back of his mind. He doesn't have like how to properly dispose of trash in the back of his mind. What he does have is dog whistles from like the Turner Diaries. That's what he has. This is Ethan Klein's ally. This is the crusader against online anti-Semitism. This is like the biggest political Twitch streamer. And he is just screeching 109 countries and talking about how people don't like the Jews and the blacks anymore. That's what he's using his Twitch platform for. It was never about anti-Semitism. It never is about anti-Semitism. It's about solidifying the genocide of the Palestinian people. That's what it's always been about.
Okay.
Let's put it this way. I am deeply, deeply skeptical about the prospect of things simply going back to normal within an election or two. But if we're ever going to have a chance of at least getting back on track and maybe pulling ourselves out of this authoritarian hole that we've dug for ourselves as a country, we have to have a strong opposition party that is capable enough to challenge the Republican Party's fascism head on. And to be fair, some Democrats have stepped up and they are able to meet the moment. But generally speaking, most are not. And party leadership in particular has driven the party into a ditch. And they've made so many baffling decisions. I can't not wonder if establishment Democrats are Republican saboteurs who infiltrated the party to make them as weak as possible. And I have multiple examples for you to kind of demonstrate that case. But I just want to preface this conversation by dispelling the notion that Democrats don't need to change, because some people think that they have a messaging problem, not a policy problem. But that is not the case. And if you think that Democrats don't need to change, you're just objectively wrong. They absolutely do, and CNN's Harry Enton explains why they must change.
Democratic brand right now has about the appeal with the American voter as the Cracker Barrel rebrand has with the American consumers. Bad, bad, bad. What are you doing? Oh my goodness gracious. What are we talking about here in terms of big party registration changes in the key swing states? Let's look at the key 4 swing states that, in fact, do keep track of registration by party. Look, the Republican Party is in their best position at this point in the cycle since at least 2005 in all 4 of these key battleground states. We go out to the Southwest, Arizona. How about Nevada? Republicans haven't done this well since 2005. Oh, my goodness gracious, at this point in the cycle. North Carolina, I couldn't find a point at which Republicans were doing better at this point in the cycle. It's at least this century. It probably goes way back in the last century. And Pennsylvania, very similar. Republicans doing better at this point than at any point this century, at least as far as I could find. My goodness gracious, for Republicans, they are converting old former Democrats to their side of the ledger, as well as picking up new voters, registering new voters, and it absolutely paid off for them back in the 2024 election. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been president since January. Are there any bright spots for Democrats? Have they picked up any ground since January 1 in terms of party registration?
Yeah, so the GOP is outpacing Democrats in new voter registrations in key swing states, which is a huge red flag. And as the New York Times put it, the extent to which they are hemorrhaging support is an all-out crisis at this point. And as this graph shows, Democrats lost voters and Republicans gained voters across the country between 2020 and 2024. But even after Trump's presidency, they conclude there are now roughly 160,000 fewer registered Democrats than on Election Day 2024, according to L2's data, and 200,000 more Republicans. And this is in spite of the fact that young people who voted for Donald Trump have already soured on him. But these young, disillusioned Trump voters aren't becoming new pickups for Democrats, and Republicans are still making net gains in new voter registrations overall, despite the support that they're losing because of Donald Trump. And to make matters even worse, the Democratic campaign committees, such as the DNC and the DCCC, cumulatively have raised less than Republicans. They also have less cash on hand, and they're strapped with debt in large part thanks to Kamala Harris's pricey presidential campaign. They also have no cohesive message, and they're seemingly doing everything they possibly can to snuff out any excitement for young, up-and-coming progressives who are breathing new life into the party. You all know that Zohran Mamdani, he's a bit of a sore subject for Democratic Party leadership. Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, and Hakeem Jeffries was asked again, I think this is like the 6th or 7th time now, why he won't endorse somebody who is very popular, and predictably he didn't really give an answer and just refused to do it again.
You have yet to endorse Zohran Mamdani, who, of course, your party elected about 2 months ago to be the Democratic candidate for mayor of New York City. As a New Yorker, what does he need to do to secure your endorsement?
Well, we had a very candid and constructive and community-centered conversation
Why does he need to do anything
a few weeks ago before he went off to Africa. I've, of course, been on the road for the last several weeks.
I'm not going to make you suffer through his unnecessarily long bullshit response. He goes on to babble about superfluous bullshit and doesn't ultimately endorse Zohran Mamdani. And that is insane to me, because when you see a new leader emerging within your party, you endorse that individual if you care about the longevity and popularity of your party. But he's just like, no, I can't do it. I refuse to do it. But it's not just Zohran Mamdani, right, where they're trying to take the wind out of their own sails. There's also Omar Fateh, who's been referred to as the Mamdani of Minneapolis, and he won the endorsement of his city's Democratic Party over the centrist incumbent Mayor Jacob Frey, who's deeply unpopular. But guess what? The state party revoked the endorsement of Omar Fateh. Now, the state party is claiming that they have to revoke his endorsement because the process to endorse him was flawed. And coincidentally, that is the same excuse that the DNC used before they booted David Hogg out of his position as DNC vice chair. But Lisa Good, a Democratic Party politician in Minnesota, actually admitted that the real reason why they revoked his endorsement was because big donors did not want them to endorse this popular up-and-coming progressive.
So I'm holding checks, Lenny, from a lot of people who contributed to this multi-candidate expenditure in our ward to help Elizabeth, because some of the largest contributors at the 5,000 level didn't feel comfortable giving the money to the DFL. If the decision is overturned, I have permission to cash a bunch of those checks. You're welcome to add to the pot, by the way. And we've raised, Lou Remley and I have raised roughly $25,000 to help Elizabeth get another staff person. But it's clear that people don't trust the DFL in our world and don't want the money spent if Fateh is going to be the DFL endorsed candidate.
oh, well, I guess if rich people say that you can't endorse him, then you have to comply in order to get their money. How democratic. But this is a microcosm of a bigger issue with state Democratic parties and the National Democratic Party. They have repeatedly prioritized their donors over their own voters again and again and again. And this behavior has led to the utter destruction of the party. We want Medicare for all, but their health insurance donors won't let them give that to us. We want student debt cancellation completely, but their donors in the loan service industry say no. We want an arms embargo to Israel, but their AIPAC donors say, nope, can't have that either. This is the problem. But it's not just the corruption. We also want Democrats who stand up to Donald Trump. But when Al Green, for example, did just that at Trump's joint address to Congress, he got reprimanded by party leadership. We want them to unequivocally support trans rights. But as of late, the best that we've gotten from leadership is complete silence. At worst, some Democrats have capitulated to Republicans on this issue, including Pete Buttigieg and Gavin Newsom, as well as others. We want them to actually make the case for an empathetic immigration policy now that they have an opportunity to present an alternative to Trump's cruelty, since his popularity on this issue is going down. But I mean, just a handful of Democrats have led the charge here, and leadership has drafted no cohesive message for the entire party to get behind. This comes after they were championing a right-wing bill that would have stripped due process from immigrants. And that was their response to Republicans. And years of them saying Biden had an open border. No, we're actually, we're as hawkish on immigration as Republicans. Turns out you can't beat Trump on immigration, and who's more hawkish, because he wins that battle every single time. They are failing to meet the moment in every conceivable way, and they are so out of touch with their own base. It feels like they are trying to lose support at this point. And not to mention, it's hard for regular people to identify with a party that has so many electeds who are just bad people, full stop. The party trots out Bill Clinton's perverted old ass every 4 fucking years at DNC conventions, or they bring out the Clintons to endorse establishment candidates who are running against progressives. Not to mention, you have genocide supporting demons like Richie Torres, who is profiting off of the genocide that he was supporting and voting for. There's also professional Obama impersonator and governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, who wielded his Trumpian-like influence over Penn State to get their pro-Palestinian group banned. And let's not forget about House Minority Whip Catherine Clark, who called it a genocide in Gaza, only to walk that comment back a day later. There's also Pete Aguilar, the caucus chair, who was one of 14 Democrats to take an AIPAC-funded trip to Israel in August, while they are continuing to starve and exterminate the Palestinian people. And I'm harping on this issue in particular because no other issue has destroyed the reputation of the Democratic Party quite like this issue. The Democratic base is utterly appalled at the genocide that Israel is committing. Just 8% of the Democratic Party base supports Israel's actions in Gaza. And when I say actions, I mean the genocide that they're doing. Yet, Democratic leaders are going out of their fucking way to make it clear that they stand with the perpetrators of a modern-day Holocaust that we're all witnessing. And this moral degeneracy, to a lot of Democrats, was the straw that broke the camel's back, and even arguably cost them the election in 2024, because a poll conducted by IMEU found that 29% of 2020 Biden voters didn't support Kamala, and their number one issue was ending Israel's violence in Gaza. Could Kamala have picked up these individuals who chose to not vote if she broke with Biden and called for an arms embargo? Possibly. But a lot of people chose to stay home because they were disillusioned that they didn't have an anti-genocide option on the ballot in 2024, something that they very clearly cared about. And you would think that Democrats would learn from that mistake and look at the polls, but instead they're doubling down. And it doesn't matter how explicit voters are about what they want with regard to this issue. They simply refuse to get on board with what the base wants. And no amount of pressure or protesting or heckling can move them at all. For example, the town hall for Oregon Senator Ron Wyden was recently shut down by pro-Palestinian protesters after he supported a genocide for nearly 2 years. Do you think that that led to him announcing a policy change? Absolutely not. Pro-Palestinian protesters also disrupted the town hall of AIPAC darling Wesley Bell, and of course he wasn't moved an inch on the subject either. Congressman Herb Conway got an earful from constituents after he returned from his AIPAC-sponsored trip from Israel, and he predictably had nothing to say as well, except he did lie about the funding that he receives from pro-Israel lobbying groups, but not gonna back away from his support for genocide, of course. But they simply do not care about what the base wants, and they have no plans to stop defying destroying the base. Even rising stars in the Democratic Party aren't adapting. Rather, they're trying to figure out how to bullshit the base better, like Pete Buttigieg, who took flack from the base for his word salad response to questions about Israel's genocide on Pod Save America, and he's currently trying to figure out a way to support Israel's genocide without offending the base. There's also James Tallarico, a smooth-talking rising star from Texas, whose biggest donor is a group that's being bankrolled by a pro-Israel extremist named Miriam Adelson, a billionaire who also donated $100 million to Donald Trump in this last election on the condition that he lets Israel annex all of the West Bank. And oftentimes, silence from Democrats can be deafening, even for Democrats who are seeking higher office, who you would think would be more in tune with the base, but that's apparently not the case. Both Katie Porter and Colin Allred, who's running for California governor and the Senate respectively, chose to ignore questions about Israel from constituents after they were asked about it.
And have you acknowledged the genocide in Palestine yet, Ms. Porter? Ms. Porter, can you talk about the genocide in Gaza, please? Do you still believe that Israel has a right to decimate Gaza and all of its children? Ms. Porter, you are running for governor. I'm a citizen of California. I would like to know what you feel about Gaza.
There is a genocide that's going on. And you talk about, finance. What about APEC? I don't want to disclose that right now, but will you disavow from APEC? Because that is important for me, Colin. It's very important. I cannot consciously vote or go out there and get out the vote and knock on doors for someone that's not going to be on the right side of history. Children being slaughtered. We are so privileged. We are here enjoying a drink and listening. We are privileged people. But there's people being slaughtered for no fault. And we need to do the right thing. Will you disavow?
Yes, appreciate it.
Will you disavow?
Excuse me? Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who's your name again?
Diana.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
These are the Democrats that we have to look forward to. They can't even answer a quick question. These cowards, they can keep ignoring their constituents, but that's not going to change the fact that this issue is not going to go away anytime soon. And they know that, but they seemingly don't care. They're trying to get elected despite their support for genocide or their silence. But the biggest slap in the face from the Democratic Party on this issue came from the DNC recently, who voted to reject a resolution simply calling for an arms embargo on Israel, which was applauded by the foreign interest group Democratic Majority for Israel. But don't you worry, because DNC Chair Ken Martin called for a task force to establish how the party can move forward as a united front, seeing as how there's, quote, divide in our party on this issue. And he also says that there should be shared dialogue, except that's not actually true. There is no divide on this issue as far as the base is concerned. The base wants an arms embargo and an end to the genocide, and the corrupt Democratic establishment does not. And how exactly is there supposed to be shared dialogue when it comes to a fucking genocide? One side says we should stop giving Israel money and bombs to blow up children, and the other side wants to keep giving Israel money and bombs to blow up children. Are we really supposed to fucking talk about the pros and cons of our complicity with genocide and negotiate how much we support a genocide? Like, what the fuck does that even mean? What does this conversation look like, Ken Martin? It's insufferable. And understand that they know this is what the overwhelming majority of the base wants. They simply do not give a fuck, right? And understand that this resolution would simply call for an arms embargo as the party's official position. Doesn't mean that they necessarily have to enact that. No, they could have just adopted it to placate us if they wanted to try to impress us, but they don't even bother to lie to us anymore. They don't want to even pretend to give a fuck about what we want, because they never ever miss an opportunity to spit in our faces and tell us to go fuck ourselves. And to add insult to injury, they made this morally bankrupt decision one day after Israel committed one of its most heinous crimes yet. They bombed a hospital again and killed 20 people, 5 of which happened to be journalists, which I don't think is a coincidence. And then when first responders rushed over to the scene to treat the wounded, they bombed the hospital again. In other words, they double-tapped a hospital full of journalists. What am I supposed to do? It's almost like they're going for some sort of a high score, like this is a fucking game. Like they're trying to get the highest combo possible, right? Where you bomb a hospital, which is a war crime, and it's also filled with journalists, which is another war crime, and then they double tap the hospital, which is a war crime. Like they're trying to stack the biggest score they possibly can when it comes to death and destruction. And then just one fucking day after this atrocity, after months of this regime murdering starving Palestinians lining up for food, the DNC said, "Fuck you, Democratic voters. Fuck all of you. We're going to keep arming and funding this genocidal regime, whether you like it or not. Gee, I just can't seem to figure out why Democrats are doing so poorly currently. They are defying their base to support a modern-day Holocaust in Gaza. And they think that, like, they're going to gaslight us into being okay with this? This morally indefensible position is destroying this fucking party. And they know that, but they don't care enough to change. And as Professor George Bisharod put it in an op-ed for the LA Times, Democrats will pay a price for ignoring the basis qualms about Gaza. And he argues, as the Democratic Party searches for direction in the post-2024 landscape, its leaders seem bent on alienating their own base over Gaza. This is not a matter of nuance or tactical positioning. It's a profound moral and political miscalculation. Gaza is politically damaging not only because of the issue itself, though the moral stakes could hardly be higher, but also because it has become a measure of where leaders' loyalties lie. Voters read it as a test of whether their representatives will stand with the people who elected them or with wealthy donors and foreign lobbies. Fail that test, and many will assume you might betray them on other critical issues in the future. The Democratic leadership's unwillingness to adapt is not just bad politics. It's a betrayal of basic democratic principles. Rank-and-file Democrats overwhelmingly want an end to the carnage, an end to unconditional aid to Israel, and policies rooted in human rights and international law. Yet, too many leaders seem more concerned with keeping favor in donor circles than with honoring the public's will. And he is exactly right, which is why this issue has been so damaging for Democrats, because if they refuse to stop being complicit with a genocide in order to appease their AIPAC donors, it's not just a violation of their jobs as representatives or a violation of our trust. It speaks to who they are as people. If you can't stop supporting a fucking genocide, literally, you are fundamentally immoral, which makes you useless as a representative, because if you can't be moved by witnessing a Holocaust in 4K, you're not going to be moved on other issues as well, as the professor pointed out. Like if a constituent tells you that, they've been poisoned by a private company that polluted their small town, they know that you'll be unbothered by their suffering so long as the lobbyist from that corporation greases the wheels. It's disqualifying in the eyes of the base for so many reasons. And this is why the party is in shambles right now. And it's really, really fucking unfortunate that they refuse to get their shit together, because we have a fascist in the White House who's consolidating power rapidly. So it'd be really useful to have a strong opposition party capable of leading some sort of mass resistance movement against Trump's tyranny. But instead, they're leaving support from millions of disillusioned people on the table, all so they can get a payday from wealthy campaign contributors. It is political malpractice, to put it mildly, and as much as they deserve to be in the position that they're in, we don't deserve to be burdened with the consequences of them being in the position that they're in. Yet, here we are.
Alpha male, not a beta male.
I find this fascinating to see how the Republicans are starting to be in a defensive crouch. They are concerned and are getting numbers that are not good. On a variety of Trump's different actions. The big, beautiful bill is the first one here. Trump said this earlier this week at the White House about how they need to rebrand the One Big Beautiful Bill, which would indicate that the internals are pretty bad. And we'll show you how even public data shows what the polling is. But the fact that Trump is saying this means people are starting to get really pissed once they understand the implications, and the implications start to be felt. Here he is earlier this week on why they have to start calling it something different.
So the bill that, I'm not going to use the term great, big, beautiful, that was good for getting it approved, but it's not good for explaining to people what it's all about. It's a massive tax.
Implications and the implications start to be felt. Here he is earlier this week on why they have to start calling it something different.
So the bill that, I'm not going to use the term great, big, beautiful, that was good for getting it approved, but it's not good for explaining to people what it's all about. It's a massive tax cut for the middle class. It's a massive tax cut for jobs. And it's, I mean, think of it, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. So seniors, I don't know how you can vote for anybody else. And, you know, just think of that, and no tax on overtime. So you work overtime, you don't have to pay tax on overtime. That's good. The Democrats don't know what they're gonna do. So they have like this soundbite. You know, they have all these sound bites. They send it out, I don't know, some guy sends out a word and everybody uses it, including the fake news. Some of you are here right now, I'm looking at you. And it's death. They use the word death. No, it's actually life. It's almost like a newborn life. It's not death. That's their soundbite. The bill is death.
The bill is death. I wish that was the soundbite.
It literally is. Yeah.
I mean,
it's gonna kill people.
not to joke about it entirely, because we know what the implications are of this horrific bill, and people understand that as well.
Raising the amount of time and space people need to travel, say after they have a heart attack in a rural area, that's what's going to happen here. You're going to have people's lives cut short.
There are estimates that this could result in the closure of nearly half of all rural hospitals, meaning that, as Matt says, people are going to have to drive. They maybe already had to drive 45 minutes to the nearest hospital, and now that's going to be an hour and a half. And it won't just result in people's deaths, say if they have a health emergency or something to that effect. It will also have an impact on preventative care, because people won't be seeking care because they don't have the ability to take 3 hours out of their day or plus
Less easy to do checkups, everything.
to drive. The Medicaid figures show that like around 17 million people are likely to lose insurance. The CBO estimates that up to, I think, 11 plus million people will be insured by 2034 because of the Medicaid cuts, and let alone the fact that when you look at the final analysis of the tax cuts, the people in the lowest income brackets are going to be paying more in the final say of things. And this is also the biggest cut in the history of SNAP, the food assistance program. Almost 200 hospitals, here it is, are at risk of immediate closure because of these cuts. So, Labor Guy 420 says the bill is death is an amazing drop. Maybe we should pull that, because it describes it accurately. These are the numbers from a few weeks ago now, 2 or so weeks ago in Pew Research, showing the approval rating for this horrific bill. Trump's job approval stands at 38%, 60% disapprove. To hit that in your first year of your administration, 60% disapproval is not good. You're like in Bush 2007 areas here.
Yeah, geez, only 11 strongly approve of the BBB.
I mean, that's like...
Even your psychos?
Yes, even the psychos don't like it. Here it is. 39% strongly disapprove, 22%... can you scroll up so I can see the...
The one you're reading is for terrorists.
Okay, I can't see it on the screen. Let me look here. This is the one. Yeah. The budget and tax law. Okay. 33% strongly disapprove, 13% somewhat, 21% somewhat approve, 11%. So that's basically 46 to 32, and 23 are unsure. But that was 2 weeks ago, and more people are going to get sure as they learn more, and this rolls out. The fact that he has to rebrand it already shows they're concerned, and he's sending out J.D. Vance all across the country. He was in Georgia. He's going to different places. One, to put pressure on these states to gerrymander even more. Two, though, to sell this horrific legislation to the population that's going to be immiserated by it. And I do appreciate the tradition of these like elderly sociopaths like him and Biden giving their VP the worst jobs possible and offsetting all of their political problems onto them. Like Biden giving Kamala the fix immigration issue. Go
It's
down
sort of
to
like
the border.
meat shields, like for the president. I mean, Dick Cheney's the only one that sort of turned the president into his shield.
Yes, and you, at the very least, you have to respect him for that level of creativity of turning that on its head. But now he's doing this with J.D. Vance, go out and sell this deeply unpopular bill to the public. Mike Johnson is concerned about his House majority. Now he's being deployed to sell the crime narrative and the crackdown on cities, which there was a Quinnipiac poll yesterday showing something like 56% of Americans already disapprove of Trump's actions in D.C. and deploying the National Guard for this purpose. If he tries with Chicago, these numbers are going to keep getting worse because it's ridiculous and everyone sees it. And despite what Trump may think, people don't like authoritarianism in America. And I still have faith that despite them rigging the rules in this way, that Democrats and independent voters still have like a cultural understanding that we are not about kings and authoritarians and well, maybe fascists, but we don't like that kind of action if it comes home to America. So those numbers, I think, will still keep getting worse for him. But Mike Johnson has to try to change that. Here he is on Fox News this morning, and they played a clip of Gavin Newsom pointing out that, what'd you say? Yeah, pointing out that crime is higher in Louisiana than in California, and which is Mike Johnson's home state, and he has to deflect a bit.
But he name-dropped you personally yesterday, essentially trying to say that crime is worse in Louisiana than it is in California. Take a listen. We'll get your thoughts.
If he is to invest in crime suppression, I hope the President of the United States would look at the facts. Just consider Speaker Johnson's state and district. Just look at the murder rate. That's nearly 4 times higher than California's in Louisiana.
Have at it.
Again, Gavin Newsom will do anything for attention. He can name drop me all that he wants. He needs to go and govern his state and not be engaging in all of this. Look, we have crime in
Can you pause it? He needs to go govern it. He's not governing his state by pointing out he's doing a better job than your state. Give me a
Engaging
break.
in all of this criticism of me that
Yes.
is on the same lines as I am extending on him.
I mean, that critique would have been more valid when the dude was podcasting with Charlie Kirk, but that's when Mike Johnson likes that.
Right.
Yeah, like
also the idea that like a name drop. Gavin Newsom has so much more public recognition than Mike. Most people don't know who
Yes.
Mike Johnson is.
Mike Johnson.
This Pee Wee Herman makeup.
Yeah, go back to worrying about your son's porn intake and maybe like figure out the fact that you don't have a bank account or something like that. I mean, this guy's almost like incognito man by design. He's the most invisible servant of God that we have in Congress, and
Clout chasing.
yeah, like to his credit, he was able to. Chuck Schumer was rolled by him in like the big beautiful bill thing, where he thought that the margins would be so slim in the House that they would be infighting, but Mike Johnson kept basically the whole caucus together
In a way that the Democrats couldn't.
So I'm not trying to say he's ineffective in that way, but as like a speaker on behalf of the Republican Party, I mean, everyone's already falling asleep, but keep going.
But also they're more authoritarian party.
Yeah.
We want to keep with that clip. Or we wanna
Well,
go
he
with
basically just deflects.
Continues into this next clip.
And so then he had to go on CNN. He was on Good Morning America this morning. They're panicked. He was on Fox News, now making the rounds, and CNN is a little bit more diligent here in pressing him on this point.
Sometimes local governance does not do the job, and the oversight in D.C. is long overdue.
I was going to ask when you might be calling for the National Guard in Shreveport, which is, you have part of your district is Shreveport. The FBI statistics, actually violent crime per 100,000 residents higher in Shreveport last year than Washington, D.C.?
There's a lot of good work that's been done. There's a lot of reasons for that, but we have a Democrat DA there who has not been prosecuting crime as some other more aggressive DAs have around the country. Soros funded that individual to be elected. But I'll say that it's an urban area that has a lot of problems that are happening around the country, and we have to address it.
So would the Guard help? If the Guard can help in D.C., the president has said he wants to send the Guard to Chicago and other places. Why not Shreveport?
Hold on,
I don't know,
hold on,
that's
hold
not
on,
my
hold
call.
on. What is Berman doing with that follow-up?
What the media does, and this is how we got to be the #1 jailer of humanity on Earth, the United States of America. Because, yeah, he accepts the premises.
We didn't get to this yesterday, but Brandon Johnson went on Morning Joe. And Joe Scarborough had like 3 or 4 follow-ups about like, would you hire more cops? Brandon Johnson is going through a list of how violent crime has precipitously dropped, and they want to continue with their community investment efforts and like doing what they've been doing, which has been effective. And yet Scarborough would not let up over and over again. What is this follow-up? What do you mean the National Guard would help with the non-existent problem that you're presenting us? Insanity. Keep going.
I'll say that it's an urban area that has a lot of problems that are happening around the country, and we have to address it.
So would the Guard help? If the Guard can help in D.C., the president has said he wants to send the Guard to Chicago and other places. Why not Shreveport?
I don't know. That's not my call.
Would you
it may
ask
be
him for that?
necessary. Well, I don't know. Let's take one city at a time and see. We have to address the crime problem in any city where it is.
Can you pause
it's a problem like that.
So it's just whatever. We're good, but it's just like the right question would be, is why are you not calling on the National Guard to go to Shreveport, and why are you not saying would it help and making the case that they should do that? You should call out the hypocrisy without making a positive case for the National Guard. I know media critique is easy, but it's just like, this is how these fascistic ideas get normalized. When you treat it as ho-hum, this is the idea, the kind of thing we should seriously think about.
All these cities had massively higher crime 20 years ago. I mean, maybe not all of them, Tuti, but the ones that are talked about, like DC or Chicago or New York. And it wasn't appropriate to bring in the National Guard then either.
Right.
The things to do with crime are like, we know how to
living.
Exactly. We know what drives this stuff up. We know what drove it up quickly, and because all those things were exacerbated under COVID. But it's not cops.
It's not. But the point is that it's not cops. It's cost of living. It's people's desperation. You think people want to be criminals in their heart of hearts? Of course, there are people who are like organized criminals, and in fact, many of them are in the Trump administration right now. And they're people who are like the true crooks, abusing society, ransacking it for their own enrichment. But the people that are desperate and are committing crimes like this, and this is not violent crime, but it also has to do with like lack of healthcare services and mental health, and sometimes violent crime leads to like street gang or desperation leads to street gangs and modes of like creating an informal economy, because our economy isn't working for those people, and that can lead to violence. That's how this is addressed.
People were stealing detergent
Yes.
for the resale value during COVID. Like that's a country failing.
Yeah. And obviously we don't even need to mention this. Violent crime is down nearly 11% compared to 2024, when there was already a precipitous drop in violent crime. So when they talk about crime in cities, it's a way to appeal to a base of white people who are afraid of their own shadow and who feel validated in their like kind of view of liberal degeneracy from suburbia. And it is nothing more than racist dog whistling that should be treated as such in our press, because everything that they're doing around this flies in the face of all of the available data. And they choose to focus on specific cities, often run by black people or predominantly black in blue areas, because they are sending a message, not just to the Nazis, but to their base of support that is fundamentally fairly antisocial and believes that the most important thing that our political system provides them is low taxes on their suburban homes that are walled off from the rest of the hordes that they don't want associated with them unless they're working for them.
Philly, with their progressive DA Larry Krasner, has a notable drop in homicide rate in the lowest, reaching the lowest level in decades, and the largest decline in gun violence among major U.S. cities.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Okay.
We are back, and I'm so happy to be joined by Brendan James, host of the Blowback podcast, which I cannot recommend more highly. It's phenomenal. All of the seasons are wonderful listens, and I can't wait to see what you guys have in store next. Brendan, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. Good to be back.
Great to see you. Let's just start right here. The Casual Fridays, we're recapping this week in news, and it feels like maybe the biggest story of the week, at least domestically, is really hitting a fever pitch today. This CDC purge here. Trump has been really escalating his firing of these government officials. I mean, this was just this month. He fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics in response to unemployment data that was not good for him. He then has tried to, earlier this week, remove the Federal Reserve governor. And now he is gutting the CDC senior leadership over basically vaccine policy. So this, the head of the CDC resigned because basically they were pushing her out. And now the rumored replacement is this guy, Jim O'Neill. So Jim O'Neill was previously the CEO of Peter Thiel's Thiel Foundation. He was the managing director for Peter Thiel's Clarium Capital. He was a part of the Peter Thiel Fellowship and co-founder. And his Twitter account is still public, so we get these wonderfully just intellectual thoughts like this about science and medicine. He's tweeted this in November 2021. Remember, the name COVID was chosen to conceal the origin of the virus. This name makes it harder to study and probably slowed the response. What is your theory on that? Is it too many letters for him?
Does he? Well, the thing he's quoting says SARS in it. Does he want to call, because it's...
Oh, he's quoting himself. Yes.
Yeah.
Lynn
He's saying COVID and SARS were both coded to hide the Chinese origin.
Understood. So it should have just been China virus. This is
my thing with this whole sort of new, influx of guys like this.
This is coming from way below.
They've won already. Like, Trump calls it the China virus pretty often.
Right.
He calls it that already. But they won't take a win. They have to keep complaining or set up this idea that there is still, I don't know, some kind of shadow government that's preventing them from getting everything that they want. So we need to pretend it's not already called the China virus by the president, but he already does that. I mean,
it's the same people that wouldn't let Obama say radical Islamic terror.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
And speaking of that person, she is now the director of national intelligence. Tulsi Gabbard was the Democrat that was really holding Obama accountable on not saying it.
Yeah, you have to say China virus now. I mean, I don't know a lot about this guy. Is there a well of stuff coming up about him now that people are looking?
Yeah, The Guardian has a good write-up here. Monterez, this is the woman who was fired, who was confirmed by the Senate as CDC director less than a month ago, was viewed by agency staff and outside experts as someone who could potentially help moderate Kennedy's anti-vaccine agenda. O'Neill, unlike Monterez, has no training in medicine or infectious disease science. He's a former speechwriter for the health department during the Bush years, who went on to work for the tech investor and conservative mega donor Peter Thiel. During the COVID pandemic, O'Neill voiced public support for unproven treatments that were not supported by scientific evidence, including ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, as well as vitamin D as a supposed prophylaxis, which, like, okay, yeah, take vitamin D, take supplements, not gonna help you not get COVID.
Well, that's just what you say. He's the new authority on this. So I mean, I don't know who to believe, but yeah, I don't know. Is it like this has been interesting too, seeing the rise of this sort of woo-woo right wing, and obviously RFK Jr. is the embodiment of all of that. I haven't been I haven't really been. That's the thing that almost is the most dystopian to me of the whole thing right now. I mean, as far as domestic politics is concerned, because there is this sort of suicide drive that seems to be at play, where they want to get rid of medicine. I mean, like proper medicine, and even the most. I mean, the W. Bush administration, they had like pandemic plans set in place. I think there was an article about that in the past few years.
It's a whole different.
It was a fairly robust plan.
Person now.
There were real attempts, however ideologically, warped things were in the Bush administration, or even Trump 1. There was this idea that the government is responsible for making sure you don't die of a disease, and that being out the window is to me what has felt the most transformative, because there's always been the Hoover Institution guys and wanting to slash
they have no
public services and war and go to war and stuff, but this is the most sort of freakish new outgrowth
something
that I've,
libertarians want,
at least to me.
They want things
so I don't know anything about this guy, but he's obviously seems to be in line with that. If he's telling you to take, like a B1 if you want to prevent yourself from getting the next from bird flu or whatever.
I mean, he's literally a biotech investor. I mean, I feel like that's the new thing now with the right. Is like we have the Heritage Foundation stuff and Project 2025, which seem to be pretty accurate prediction of their agenda, and that still is going to exist even after Trump's gone. And I don't know. It's interesting to see how that is just going to combine like a cyborg with this Silicon Valley psycho shit.
Yeah, that's a great point. And there's so much money on that side of things, like the tech biology almost world, where these cranks are calling the shots. And you have, I mean, RFK's independent campaign bid was subsidized by his supposed vice presidential pick, who was the ex-wife of a former Google executive who had
Sergey Brin, yeah.
What'd you say?
Sergey Brin.
Sergey Brin, right, who had a crap ton of money, and she was like, that was the big, impetus behind his ability to really even like bankroll this kind of thing. And so there's so much. I would argue that it's the anti-intellectualism and anti-peer review element that is most enticing to the capitalists that are behind this, because take the Theranos lady, for example. She's notorious, but her story is not unique. These are like these tech people that want to get into the field of, say, biomedicine or health, that don't want like the cumbersome government regulations that would tell you whether or not this product is, say, effective or good, to get in the way of them making a bunch of money. And RFK is a great vehicle for that, because he's a crank enough to like truly believe, I think, what he says, but it fits very nicely with a libertarian agenda about healthcare.
Yeah, I think I suppose that's the clear, if you like, ideological link. There is all of these, as you say, crank or holistic stuff that has come out of the RFK Jr. wing of the Trump coalition, is stuff that they don't want to be regulated, and they don't want to be gummed up by
strange. 'Something like the changes you're going through. 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 'Something like the changes you're going thro the sort of thing you'd read in a fairy tale. Go to Geppetto's room. You should see it for yourself.
I mean, I already did that.
You're back. It's a necklace from the Mona
Oops.
Charity House. They took care of orphans and impoverished children from across Croft. Many of those children grew up at the Rose Estate and became alchemists, technicians, and stalkers. I hope the king didn't harm any of them. Or don't tell me. The king's ergo is actually... Are you okay? You look ill. Ever since I mentioned the necklace. My heavens, you look...
Carlo. If you've seen the Guillermo del Toro Pinocchio, I didn't even know Carlo was the original boy's name. But he says it all the time in that.
You're changing. You're becoming something more than a puppet. Almost human. If this is what you want, just keep behaving. Keep feeling like a human does. You might just hold the true secret of ergo.
I can't level up here for some reason. Wait, I have to level up at her, that's why. Wait, what?
I'll use my power.
People have no thanks for keeping me. I'm an old... Make yourself. If you have any questions. I see people on the out.
No matter what fate brings us, I will be at Lady Antonia's side. Serving her is my duty. The very reason I was created.
I hope your hair grows someday, buddy.
Welcome to Hotel...
Of Vanini, even priceless things have a price. Every item is a treasure of distinguished quality and superior provenance.
Alright.
You know, scientists or government bureaucrats determining whether it's good or bad for you, and that's part and parcel of everything else that they want to, you know, reorganize now. So I guess that is the explanation for it. I'm curious how quickly that will be repaired, you know, on the other side of this, because that's always what I think is there, you know, whether it's institutions of, you know, like USAID or all the stuff that Doge took apart. I keep thinking, you know, if there is a Democratic administration after this, how easy will it be for them, and how much will they expend the effort to repair all that? And I wonder with the damage being done to HHS as well, you know, how much this can be reversed and how quickly.
And I would say that the popular support behind it, where like you look at RFK, and much to my chagrin,
Oh man, I'm
he's
so tempted.
maybe the best polling figure in the administration at this moment.
We're going in.
And
We're
it's
going
because
in.
he at least talks about an issue that people
We're
are
going
anxious
all in
about.
on
I mean, I've
Bartitsia.
long maintained that his appeal is that
Wait, I
he
need this one. Go
exploits
away.
the anxiety people have about their health care and gives them these like bespoke market-based solutions of buy this supplement, do this within your personal control, that makes them feel empowered when they really aren't.
Is there a way to use them
And
quickly? Like, what the fuck?
let's pull up 8 here. This was from earlier this week. This is RFK talking about what he sees at the airport. And, like, I mean, I think this clip more than many underscores how this guy views disease or views abnormalities or views even obesity or Down syndrome or autism. Like, remember he said that stuff about how
we are there.
People with autism, like, can't vote or can't...
They'll never pay taxes.
Pay taxes. It's not based in anything except, in my view, like, a pretty scary eugenicist disgust for folks. Listen to how he talks about kids he sees in the airport.
And I know what a healthy child is supposed to look like. I'm looking at kids as I walk through the airports today.
What's a healthy man supposed to sound like?
I was about to say, sorry, go on.
No, I mean, talk about glass houses. Again, this is the talking catcher's mitt who sounds like his voice is in a blender, speaking about health for everybody.
And I know what a healthy child is supposed to look like. I'm looking at kids as I walk through the airports today, as I walk down the street, and I see these kids that are just overburdened with mitochondrial challenges, with inflammation. You can tell from their faces, from their body movements, and from their lack of social connection. And I know that that's not how our children are supposed to look. And I know what
they should look like me.
Those mitochondrial challenges and social like that's just do you know
how
what
can you
he's
observe
getting?
that in the airport? The kids are both inflamed and don't have friends, and RFK can tell you that based on what?
Who has friends at the airport?
Yeah.
From looking at them, from every child, passing through the gate, he is just studying them up and down, I guess. I mean, he says stuff like this a lot, doesn't he? Where he's like, it's always like, I see kids now, and just by looking at them, I know that, I don't know, that they've taken the vaccine or whatever. But it's, yeah, I mean, I saw this go around. This is like the Laura Loomer thing, where she was saying, we're paying too much for foreigners, particularly Palestinians, to come over here and get surgeries. And my buddy Felix Biederman, raised the question, should she really be the one deciding how many surgeries is appropriate? Same with RFK Jr. It's just like, I can never believe this is the guy. And what you say about, he's the perfect sort of candidate for this, because he says there's a problem, and then the solution is a bunch of deregulation and hokum, but people do feel as though he is just talking about something apolitical, health. He's talking about something that both the Democrats and Republicans, they neither will admit there's a problem, and I don't know if he's really running policy. It seems like he is to a certain extent. But the idea of, we're going to talk about the Medicaid stuff, I guess, like that's just an old mission to bring all that crashing down. And he is this kind of, I think to a lot of people, just, apolitical kook that is just, I don't know if he's charismatic. He's certainly not.
I wouldn't say that.
He's not telegenic or audiogenic or whatever, but he's definitely, I think he strikes people, like you say, as someone who might be a little weird, but he's not talking in any kind of like politicized language. He just says, we need to make our kids better. And, everyone goes, well, I don't know in the vaccine, because frankly, I'm not a doctor. I just believe, like all the sheeple that he's, wagging his finger at, I just believe the government authorities when they say we have a vaccine and you should take it. So as soon as you spark a little bit of doubt in that, drop big pharma in your speeches, every now and again, I think you won people's trust just by default, because, everyone else seems like such a crook compared to the kook in the room at this point,
I think the plane comment airport comment is so revealing, because that's the only time he's ever around normal people.
Exactly.
When he has to fly. And it reminded me of this Kenneth Copeland clip from Inside Edition, where they asked him why he bought Tyler Perry's plane, and he says he needs to fly private because he can't get in a tube with a bunch of demons.
Yeah.
Do you ever use your private jets to go visit your vacation homes, for example?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Again, getting back to the comment. You said that you don't like to fly commercial because you don't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. Do you really believe that human beings are demons?
No, I do not. And don't you ever say I did. We wrestle not with flesh and blood.
Oof.
Yeah.
I mean that little eye thing he did was pretty demonic to me. I mean, I don't know.
That was, I mean, at least there's some energy there. You know, RFK, every time I see him now, he's like one step closer, you know, to just melting down and his body's going to shut down. Like, I don't know. I'm ready to let her rip. Let's just, you know, let's just see how it goes. The fact that bird flu has not, like, unleashed yet is still shocking to me. I don't know if that's just, you know, I know we're not testing for it as much anymore.
Right.
So there's probably some level of like a intentional or unintentional cover-up of that. But yeah, this guy in charge during an outbreak of any kind is pretty terrifying.
Well, I think it's probably in many ways people behind the scenes that are still there, that are working probably way harder for the exact same pay, deeply understaffed, who are like trying their hardest to keep their, you know, profession and the work of the agency together with duct tape and gum. And you know, we saw that a little bit in
the whole thing is a
of
waste
those
of time.
horrible floods in Texas,
matter
where
about the,
like
I don't know
nationally they did get out some of the warnings in time, which a lot of people were speculating that may not be the case given the cuts. It was just good old Republican politics down in Texas that caused the deaths, the lack of infrastructure and
Let's not pay
response.
$3,000 for a siren.
Right, that they were warned about in you know, previous national disasters down there. But you mentioned the AI thing. I just want to touch on it really quickly, and then we'll get to Israel-Palestine, because I headlined this yesterday, but I really think it deserves a little bit more attention. There was an article in the New York Times, again, that came out yesterday morning, speaking about how there's now this pilot program that the administration is using in 6 states that would use AI to determine whether or not certain programs will be covered by Medicare. Now, if this sounds familiar to people, you might have heard the story of one Luigi Mangione. I don't know if AI was a part of declining care for him or if it was just, you know, the normal bureaucratic incentives of a health insurer, but this is what, like, they're trying to do this for basically a government program here, which is deeply concerning. I'll just read a little bit of this. The article opens kind of talking about this 74-year-old woman who is facing, you know, concerns that she's going to be getting these denials. The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services plan to begin a pilot program that would involve a similar review process for traditional Medicare. And this is comparing it to, you know, private companies doing this. The federal insurance program for people 65 and older, as well as for many younger people with disabilities. The pilot would start in 6 states next year, including Oklahoma, where Miss Ayers lives. The federal government plans to hire private companies to use artificial intelligence to determine whether patients would be covered for some procedure, like certain spinal surgeries or steroid injections. Similar algorithms used by insurers have been the subject of several high-profile lawsuits, which have asserted that the technology allowed the companies to swiftly deny large batches of claims and cut patients off from care and rehabilitation facilities. The AI company selected to oversee the program would have a strong financial incentive to deny claims. Medicare plans to pay them a share of the savings generated from rejections. The government said the AI screening tool would focus narrowly on about a dozen procedures, which it has determined to be costly and little to no benefit to patients. Well, I mean, if the Trump administration says there's little to no benefit to patients, I guess we should just believe them. This is horrifying. Medicare is immensely important.
Remember death panels?
This is a death panel. This is AI death panels. This is what they were talking about. Another freaking instance of goddamn conservative projection coming right back around. This is what they're trying to do.
There was a book a couple years back called Automating Inequality, I think it was called. The author was, I believe her name was Virginia Eubanks. And she, the book is basically about, mostly in social services and policing, the introduction of technology that, I don't know if it was AI or thought it was AI at the time, but essentially in the name of efficiency and a more sort of constructive and accurate system to either police or manage databases and allocate the resources for social work, that things got way worse in the cases that she observed in certain states that were tinkering around with this stuff.
Hold on.
And that's what I was thinking of when I was reading the article that you just were reading from. I mean, it's obviously going to be declared in the name of a more efficient and speedier and therefore more effective set of procedures, but you have the profit motive at play, obviously, now inside of what is supposed to be a government, profit-free set of services and systems. But then you also have just what we now is almost a punchline of AI being this, wherever it's been, flourishing lately, it's a disaster. I mean, the idea that that'll be applied to people's assessment of whether they need spinal surgery or not is next level.
The financial incentive to deny care of like insurers just basically being through the use of technology inserted into the already completely threadbare social safety net that we have. It's dystopian. But Brendan, while we have you here, obviously, as I wax poetically about the Blowback podcast, you have an intricate understanding of the depravity of our foreign policy and the establishment that goes along with it. And you did a wonderful season on the Iraq War, and one of the many villains of that war was one Tony Blair. Now, Tony Blair is reportedly working with Jared Kushner at Trump's direction. Kushner's back. Remember when he was telling a bunch of Harvard people about all the real estate possibilities in Gaza like over a year ago, and now Trump is saying the exact same thing? Curious. So apparently Kushner and Blair are working together on this Gaza rebuilding plan, and the meeting also included a senior Israeli official, because the only democracy in the Middle East, in heavy air quotes, wants to impose a government upon a people that they will have no say in, because democracy.
Yeah, I ever since that whole idea was floated, I mean, I'd love to see them try this. I don't know if it's just something they're saying. I mean, it's obviously a very Trump-style line, that we're going to turn it into a beautiful, whatever, like seaside development. I can't imagine. I mean, we're going to introduce American troops to secure a joint Israeli-American redevelopment of Gaza. It doesn't seem likely to me. And if that happened, that would be like, I mean, he got a little bit of flack even from the right for striking Iran. I mean, I can't imagine anyone, at least from the perspective of public opinion, or even his coalition, being okay with following through on the idea of committing American lives in Gaza. But Blair being attached is never a good sign. And
can you give people some background on his role in the Middle East?
Yeah, I mean, the Iraq War is probably the most significant place to start. He was the prime minister. It was sort of already the Clinton of the Labor Party.
Oh, come on, man.
In the 90s and then early 2000s. It was called New Labor, which was the idea that we need to get with the times and stop doing as much socialism or, sort of Fabian British social democracy and start to privatize and start to deregulate and things that was sort of matching up with what Clinton and the Democratic Party were doing here. But he's most infamous and became incredibly unpopular for becoming Bush's lapdog with Afghanistan and Iraq. And so some of the kookiest and most embarrassingly fake intelligence meant to justify the Iraq War actually came from British dossiers, including one that was claiming there were little green vials of deadly chemicals that was clearly lifted from a scene in the movie The Rock with Nicolas Cage and Sean Connery. That was overseen by Tony Blair, not to mention the actual commitment of British troops and the selling of the war in general and the management of the war. So he has the Iraq War on his record. He also sort of was a part of rehabilitating Muammar Gaddafi before we rehabilitated him when he was for a second there an ally in the war on terror. Blair did some consulting for Gaddafi, and Gaddafi ended up going on like British shows talking about his little green book or whatever. Obviously, what came after Gaddafi in Libya was worse, but Blair's there for whatever largely evil and nefarious project or client in the Middle East. So it does not surprise me that, I mean, it kind of actually surprised me to hear his name, but it doesn't surprise me that he'd be involved in something like the American proposals for Gaza at this point.
How could it possibly be implemented? I mean, I'm not trying to downplay the horror of what they're proposing, but I mean, we're seeing real issues internally within Israel right now. We reported this yesterday, but like these poor reservists are exhausted from helping commit genocide, and they're like just not showing up. And there are talks about fatigue among the IDF, and there have been, I think, like suicides. And so internally in Israel, Netanyahu is going to have a problem trying to get these reservists to do the ground invasion of Gaza City, which he's been ramping up to for quite a while. Like, how can Israel sustain this level of barbarity on so many different fronts? Not just, of course, in Gaza. They're annexing the West Bank as we speak, and they're bombing Syria, and like they also underreported, it appears, the damage that Iran did to them when they struck Israel. We still don't know the extent of it, but it appears fairly significant. So, like, there's got to be at least some, I mean, pushback within the region to this kind of thing, I would hope.
I mean, we're all sort of probably, operating off of the same guesswork when it comes to Trump. I mean, whether it's you and me or the King of Jordan, I don't know if anyone takes it seriously or knows when we should start taking it seriously. It was last year that Trump talked about the, turning Gaza into a resort or whatever. And I remember at the time just thinking, like, again, I would love to see them try to do that, because it obviously sounds insane. Not only for its moral, implications, but just that the one part of Iraq, to talk about Iraq again, the one part of Iraq where you could have like McDonald's or whatever and walk around and, not worry about getting blown up was in the bubble that was the green zone.
You talked about some blowback, yes.
Yeah, and otherwise, and that's a much larger country, but in some sense, an even harder country to fight an insurgency. Hamas is fighting a pretty darn good insurgency against Israel right now, and the idea that anything in the near term could produce the conditions for, again, putting aside the just evil of the proposition, that could produce the conditions for what Kushner or Trump or I guess Blair would be aiming to do is ridiculous. I mean, people would get blown up every single day trying to build the Cracker Barrel or whatever. So I don't see that happening. And I don't know what Blair brings to this other than the prestige of a former head of state who, maybe the Hicks in the administration thinks sounds smart because he's British. I don't know. But like, I just don't know what, he has no particular prestige in the actual region among like, populations or even leadership in the Middle East. So yeah, it would be very unlikely, I mean, to imagine any of this coming to fruition. What will continue, of course, is the war and the extermination campaign by Israel. And I think they're saying stuff like this just to almost convince probably their own audience and then the audiences in America that this will be over soon.
Right.
You know, I think that's why you start talking about
Well,
Burger
Trump has
King.
been saying I want to wrap, he's obsessed with these imposing these self-imposed deadlines. He wants this done by the end of 2025. And what being done means is, could be as barbaric as basically entire extermination, which is like what we're looking at here. I mean, like, I'm a dog with a bone with this death toll thing, but it just drives me up a wall because I read the West, you know, we read a packet in the news in the morning, and the Western press is 63K. They, you know, like whatever. We've been lagging, and it's manufacturing consent for this genocide in ways that is perhaps the most pernicious piece of Israeli propaganda in the West right now, because it's across every outlet. Because there's no verifiable information on the death toll, but like, use that figure because you don't have real figures. I get it, the press might do that. Immediate caveat needs to be, there have been analyses by Lancet and other showing that it's likely hundreds of thousands.
That's the one I need too. Hello.
Part of why there isn't enough urgency in the public, and I'm not trying to say there would be a revolution here, but is because we don't know the truth. It's hundreds of thousands dead and more are dying.
I am a stickler about the death toll stuff as well. You know, I do wonder if 63,000 doesn't
I'm not gonna read it right now. I'm
upset or you know, explode your conscience, whether 163,000 would.
Right.
And we do know that it's an unpopular policy to support Israel now among Democrats and independents. I think it's obviously a minority within Republicans, but across the board, it's unpopular. Does that matter? Probably not. I mean, as far as affecting policy, probably not. The Iran strikes were unpopular. They did them anyway. But yeah, I think you're right about the crack up that's happening because it's been 2 years now. And that to me is why, especially someone like Trump would start to say, don't worry, we're wrapping it up soon. That phrase, he'd wrap it up, you know, like the way to wrap it up, if he had the political or, you know, whatever type of courage, he would wrap it up by cutting Israel off completely. And then they would, you know, probably wither on the vine for a little bit until they had to really decide they didn't have the resources anymore to continue the extermination. But he doesn't want to do that. Or rather feels like he politically can't do that. And I'm sure he would get a wallop if he did, just like any Democratic president would. So he has to just keep asking pretty please to Netanyahu and say things like, oh, don't worry, it's only going to be another month or two, and then we'll have, you know, a flowering of Western style, you know, like a new Paris. So you think, you know, it'll take like decades. It'll take decades to even clear the rubble from Gaza, let alone this idea of like Sim City style, you know, like re-skinning the map to make it look shiny and full of Western restaurants. So to me, it's a sign of desperation. And I think the Iran strikes were another sign of desperation because they really, I think they realized that this is not really going to end well for Israel any more than it's obviously not that Israel is the victim, but it's not going to end well. It's a kind of death drive at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they're creating in this frenzy facts on the ground, which is an Israeli phrase, to try to cement greater Israel. I mean, one, by completely destroying the Gaza Strip and either ethnically cleansing or outright just killing basically all of the Palestinians there. And then the West Bank actions are increasingly deadly, violent, escalating. The approval of this E1 settlement plan we've been covering on the show, and trying to create facts on the ground to further foreclose the possibility of a Palestinian state, although obviously, Brendan, you know that the two-state solution is fictional and a stalling tactic, but even just like the diplomatic significance of a Palestinian state being recognized,
Fuck, I forgot
they
where it
are
is again.
sprinting to ensure that that's not possible. And I am optimistic when you say things like they're worried and it's not desperate.
over near Japan,
But I
that's
also am not naive about what just sheer power and violence can achieve
Oh wait,
in
no,
a
I
short
remember.
period
I
of
remember where it
time.
is. It's the one that
Absolutely,
looks like it
same
doesn't go
goes for America as well. I mean, I think we're living through the age of if there was decline before or free fall at this point, and it's you can be optimistic about certain aspects of that, but you know, these types of states, whether it's a sort of
he's back.
lunatic ethnocracy like Israel or a dying empire like America, they don't go down without a fight. So then, of course, the concern is maybe they'll just, you know, let her rip. And I think that is basically, like, Israel would have had a greater chance at Greater Israel if they had played this slowly and piecemeal over the next 50 years. I mean, they've already achieved half of Greater Israel, in as you say, with the facts on the ground. But instead, I think it's gotten to its
This reminds me
terminus
of
of like
Vampire,
any kind of logical or
It reminds me of The Room when you go back to
strategic
the hospital.
ethnic cleansing,
speak
and,
to the
and
bot,
after
it
October
just-
7th,
the
they
design
just said,
reminds me of
we
it.
can do whatever we want, not unlike what happened after 9/11
And
in
the way
America.
he treats you. Both of
And
them.
we
The
saw how that
character
turned out.
reminds me
We
of the other
reversed
character, too.
whatever
I don't remember
leverage
what
we
his name
had
is.
in those countries through a series of ironic and or, you know, blood-stained reversals. So, yeah, I mean, it does seem desperate, but that, as you point out, doesn't mean it's going to get any better anytime soon. You know, they'll just grind on. You know.
Lastly, Brendan, I do think it's interesting to examine how the Democrats are responding to this. Like the Torres interview is not a good look for him, and he comes off incredibly callous and sociopathic. Not hard for him to do. But we just headlined this story that this moderate Democrat in North Carolina is swearing off now and announcing pretty early on, you know, in her race, probably to foreclose the idea of a primary challenger, I would imagine. I don't know the district that well, that she won't take AIPAC money. And you have like this exciting candidate that we've interviewed up in Maine, Graham Plattner, who is like putting no AIPAC basically to the forefront of his race. Like, and even a guy like Charlemagne the God, who's just kind of like an independent vibe guy on TV or on the radio, calling Jeffries AIPAC Shakur. The fact that AIPAC is becoming a pejorative, and it's not just Democrats. Like, Marjorie Taylor Greene says what she says because she's one of the top three representatives / senators that take the most percentage of money from small dollar donations. Like, not saying she's not an anti-Semite, but her, Bernie, and AOC are the top three, and she's the only Republican calling out AIPAC.
Wait, whoa.
It's becoming a pejorative, and that, at the very least, domestically here in the U.S. is an improvement. Just your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm sure you guys talked about the Torres thing. It is a good, like, you know, Adam's a buddy. I thought it was an interesting interview on both sides of that set. But Torres being this, just retreating into that like a gator, you know, sunbathing, just like, just he couldn't, like he knew he couldn't blow up. And I'm sure he was thinking of like,
I don't know what's causing the waves.
whatever staffer booked him on this and was imagining traps from the movie Saw to apply to them later, you know, for in the moment that we realized this wasn't going to make him look hip and cool. But that lizard-like stance, I think, is incredibly alienating, and more people. I remember AIPAC was already becoming a pejorative because it was so linked with Republicans over the past 4 or 5 years at this point. You know, Trump embracing Miriam Adelson, and just like I think a lot of Democrats, even if they quietly kept taking AIPAC money, they didn't mind accepting that it was now a Republican coded lobby for many people. But the extermination campaign in Gaza definitely, I think, has given certainly younger politicians an impetus to say, I never want to have to deal with this. You know, why would, okay, I'll take some flack for maybe being too sympathetic to the Palestinians. Maybe they'll call it genocide. Maybe they won't. That whole rhetorical war will probably be with us for a little while longer. But they have no reason to if they're smart, to think, yeah, in 5 years, I don't want to have to be tarred with the fact that I took AIPAC money. And it's a non-starter, I think, if you're smart. Then you have people like Slotkin who are, trying to in real time, transmogrify.
Retrofit, right.
Exactly. And that's probably going to be unsuccessful. But yeah, it's good that it's become a pejorative. I hope it spreads to other forms of how this policy sustains itself, and just the general support for Israel, whether it's a lobby or whether it's our public figures, whether they take AIPAC money or not. It should probably soon become a stain on your record to have said anything supportive of this. I know that leading Democrat, I can't remember her name at the moment, you probably covered it. She said genocide and then she took it back.
Yeah, Catherine Clark. She said it to her constituents and then ran to like a Zionist publication and backtracked it. Yeah.
So you can see it happening in real time. The younger upstarts know, let's just have a clean slate. And the ones who are already, caught in this web at the top are trying to wriggle out of this in real time. So that in and of itself is a good sign. Yeah.
Not complete optimism in our conversation here, but we can leave it on that note. Brendan James, really appreciate you coming on, and everybody, as I keep saying, check out Blowback. Anything else you're working on that we should mention?
Well, I'm working with my buddy Felix I mentioned earlier. I am working on a mini-series with him, but it's about Metal Gear Solid, so I don't know how many Majority Report listeners would care about that, but we are putting it out this week.
We've got a bunch of nerds in the audience. They might be into it.
I would never call them nerds. Those aren't my words.
Well, I have to discipline them in some way.
I do the same with our listeners. But no, Blowback Season 6 is coming out September 20th. And it will be about the civil war in Angola, the Cold War showdown in Africa. We've never done a season about Africa before. It's incredibly rich vein and a fascinating story. So if you like Blowback already, please check your podcast feeds come September 20th. But if you would like a hopefully entertaining and compelling show about largely Cold War history and American shenanigans all over the world, check out Blowback, wherever you get your podcasts.
All right. Alex Hidell says, I will be listening.
So Hassan Piker went on the I've Had It podcast, and there's a moment that I want to show you guys that I think is extremely important. At this point in the interview, they're discussing how weak and ineffective Democratic leadership has been since Trump took office in January. And as you'll see in a second, Jennifer makes a point about where the Democratic base is at, and I think she nails it. She hits it right on the head. So let's check it out.
I don't know why the base, beyond the Israel thing, I don't know why they want to, if it's just still upholding patriarchal structures or protecting capitalism. But at this stage, I'm so mad as a Democrat. And listen, I was in the tank. I was Hillary. I didn't vote for Bernie. My oldest son, browbeat me for that, called me a conservative, and I was that Democrat, okay? I was that Democrat. And people use the word radicalize, and I don't think that's the right language to what happened to me and what's happening to a lot of white women that look like me. I would say it's being deprogrammed, and this is what pissed me off. The Democrats won. Joe Biden won. And we all saw what happened on January 6th, and that motherfucker got elected again. They should have charged him. He should be in prison. And I just saw the breathtaking pussy at the core of that party, that y'all are playing two different games here. And that's what pissed me off about the Democrats. And I still see that going on right now with the Democratic Party. They're not standing up to him. It's like, come on.
The Democratic Party, on the other hand, is so cowardly, so feckless that they are
utterly devoid of any sort of counter messaging campaign. They're just incapable of combating.
The only person that is doing a somewhat effective job at combating Trump's authoritarian regime is ironically Gavin Newsom. If you're on social media, if you're on Twitter, it's clear, at least it is to me, that Newsom's with fire.
Oh my god, no he's not. It's not a real thing. He's just on social media. It's not real. It's just fucking social media bullshit. Who cares? It doesn't do anything material.
We'll start to see the Overton window of the culture slowly.
No, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ, I can't listen to this. I'm sorry. No. No. That's not how that works, my guy. Gavin's moves don't push the Overton window to the left. No, because he's right wing. They normalize that shit amongst Democrats.
Last one from me, Emma. I want to get some of your wide thoughts on independent media. Obviously, you've spent your entire career, as far as I know, working in independent media. You got your start over at the Young Turks, unless there was somewhere that you worked before them, and now you've worked over.
I mean, I did like Democratic Party internships and things like that.
Ooh, fancy stuff. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of get your perspective at a bird's eye level. You know, could you talk a little bit about your entry level experiences over at the Young Turks and now at the Majority Report? Could you compare and contrast a little bit, and just kind of talk about what drew you to this independent business model? You know, obviously you could have been gunning for a role at CNN. Obviously you could have been after a panel job on MSNBC. You decided to go Young Turks, then Majority Report FM. Just curious about how that all went down.
Well, yeah, my background is my parents are lawyers, right? I grew up outside of New York City in New Jersey, and I had always thought that like my future was to be a lawyer like my parents. And I was going to go to law school, and I had a professor.
Womp womp.
Yeah, didn't happen. My sister did though, so my parents did like get their dream fulfilled in that way. But I've always been, I don't know, like somebody that I never connected to like a kind of capitalist culture or wanting to make like a ton of money. It just, I perhaps it's the luxury of like having comfort or whatever, but it just, there was something about that environment that was very stifling to me and not, I always felt socially and sometimes physically uncomfortable in those settings. And
same.
I had there you go. I had a professor, this woman, Professor Suhei, I'll just say her name. She ended up leaving for another university, but she kind of took a special interest in me when she was like, you should not go to law school.
And where'd you go to school, Emma?
Lafayette College.
Oh, okay.
And, you know, like, she was like, your interest isn't, because you know, you should be in media, basically. She was saying that I was a good communicator and that I was passionate about politics. And so I was a huge fan of Jenks and TYTs. Like I was the head of Young Democrats in high school, and I remember playing some of his videos railing against the Republicans, and my advisor had to have a talk with me after because she was like, that's too angry and divisive. But like I was a huge fan of, I would say, Jenk in particular, I really, really looked up to him. And so on a whim, I was like, I don't know if I really want to go to law school. I'm going to take a year off after school and just like work somewhere and see if it's really what I want to do as I study for the LSAT. I got an internship with TYT, and I just basically, like, my friends and my mom, and like, you know, my parents, my mom was supportive, and she was just like, you got to go for it. And I did, and I was able to live at home for basically a year because I was not paid well. But I was on the road for quite a while with Jordan Sheridan, and that was really incredible experience in many ways. Like there were issues there. Obviously it came out, and that's why he was no longer not related to me, but similar, you know, why he was no longer with that network. But he still did teach me a lot, and like going to Standing Rock and doing the tour of the Rust Belt, that was part of why I thought that Hillary had a good chance to lose. And then eventually TYT did their fundraising drive for journalists in the wake of Trump's victory. So I got hired off of that, and it was really like from there on out, I was a full employee of TYT. I was able to get an apartment, and I just was on the road for them a lot, going to, cover Trump rallies and going to different campaign events. And it just became clear at a certain point that, like, I wasn't going to get much more money there. And
yeah, what was your experience like as an employee? How does Cenk treat his employees? Give us the tea. This is the Vanguard.
Well, look, I'm a host, so I think and producers, I think, have probably a different experience than the staff that try to unionize, right? And I know you've covered this for sure, like,
like flies on shit.
I don't doubt it, but I was treated okay. I had the luxury of, like, being able to save up and live at home, right? And that was what got me by. But it still was not a lot of pay, and a lot of, I don't know. I don't know how much you guys want to get into it or whatever, but I think
we'll get into it.
the hosts are treated well. I do think that, like, there was a lot of suppression of, I know there was a lot of suppression of that unionization effort. And so, even though I wasn't paid that well, I always felt, like, appreciated. But I was trying really hard to build up a New York operation in New York City, which, like, they weren't really that interested in, and I wanted to do a show remotely from New York, which they weren't that interested in. They wanted me to move out to LA.
I don't care if I die now.
My now fiance, we were just boyfriend and girlfriend at the time, had just lived in LA, and he didn't want to move back there. And so, like, it was like, I'm making 5 figures. Should I leave this relationship that I'm really excited about to go move out there, but still do the same thing? And, like, I asked Cenk that, and he was kind of like, yeah, you should. I'm like, why? No. like, you guys want me to do the same thing and be on the road all the time. I'm going to do that from New York. I'm not going to move out there. And you're not really offering me any more pay. And it's a little presumptuous for you to tell me that I shouldn't be in this relationship anymore, to go and work out there where, like, I'm not going to be the main host. I would only at most be a supplemental host. So it just became clear to me that I had to leave. And it wasn't, honestly, it was less the treatment, because I did have, and I was really close friends with Anna at this point, or I thought, and other people there, like John and some of the, and folks behind the scenes, like, great people behind the scenes. They're like Cassie and Mary, and I mean, JR and all these folks I really like there. But it was more just like Sam and I had spoken, been speaking for a while. I would be the main co-host here, and I would be able to be based in Brooklyn. And and at the end of the day, sorry, I get awkward. I get, like, nervous talking about some of this stuff because it's not my wheelhouse. But I noticed that the coverage was becoming a bit more reactionary. Even then, yeah. And I had conversations with someone else who left at the same time, who also was saying, I don't know about the business side of things. They may have overextended themselves in certain areas.
Okay,
and
I feel better.
Probably
clearly they have.
Yeah.
Polymarket sponsorship happens.
Like I was advancing and not opening up.
Was the right decision, really, and it was a great, like, experience for me in the sense of my gut said, I don't think this is going well for them. There's a lot of expenses here that don't seem to make sense. The main show is becoming more reactionary, and I don't necessarily know if it meets the moment. I'm concerned that they've plateaued or on the decline. And then what does that mean for me? I could leave now and I could work with someone who I really respect and learn from him. And that's what I did. And my gut was right. And, like, it's the best move I've ever made. Best decision I've ever made in my life. And, you know, Sam is, I was saying this to him the other day, but, like, I learned so much from him. And he's just been, like, I don't know if he's ever said no to me about time off or request I've had or anything. He's just very...
Pushover seater, let's go. Everybody apply at the Majority Report FM. It's a soft seat.
So that was long-winded, but
great answer.
That's my background.
Well, I mean, really appreciate the insights into what it was like
at the beginning working for the Young Turks, and also, I mean, you really did get out at the right time. Like it's kind of crazy that you were able to see those red flags because basically everything that you felt came true. All of that came true,
Like, right
not just with the
before 9/11,
finances, but
it
with the
feels like that
reactionary
kind of
direction
same
of the
vein.
network. And yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious you made the right choice in retrospect.
Look out the door if you hear an ambulance. The Vanguard will be there, sir. The Vanguard will be there, sir.
Let's take a hard look at what is unfolding right now in the Middle East. Israel, long viewed as the region's military powerhouse, is suddenly finding itself shaken.
I think when this horror in Gaza
I love how it keeps putting my own broadcast on there. That's so stupid. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's kill some shit.
All right, Friday show. How we doing right now, Emily?
Happy Labor
Doing
Day
great.
weekend.
Yes.
Comrades.
Working on the weekend, comrades. We're seizing the means of the breaking points here. We
When
got
are we
a
going
lot
to take a 10% stake in?
Ooh. What is was it Black Rifle Coffee? That was really big in the studio for a minute there.
That's pretty good.
There was 2
Soccer
months
would
where
love
we
that.
got a bunch of free Black Rifle Coffee. It was out of control.
Yeah, Soccer would love that.
Yeah, so I don't know, consider keeping
Actually, it would be Lucy. Lucy Gum. Something like that.
Lucy, yeah. Lucy, I like Lucy, but Lucy doesn't ship to California for some reason. They're
tough stuff.
They're tightening down here in Gavin Newsom's California. All right, we got a lot to talk about. We've got Adam Friedland versus Richie Torres, the matchup everyone has been waiting for. We've got an interview with Gaza doctor, Dr. Mohammed Khalil. We've got a Taylor Lorenz article and much, much more. But why don't we get right into it here? The Adam Friedland Show. He is a podcast comedian, and he recently had Congressman Richie Torres on to discuss many topics, including Israel-Gaza. Let's take a listen.
And the understanding in our community is that we have to defend Israel. But I lived there, and I went to a settlement at the end of my year there, and I looked down the hill at a Palestinian village, and I saw how they lived, and I turned back and I looked at the settlement and saw how they lived. And people live in a world where they're demeaned and dehumanized and surveilled constantly by people and this isn't in Gaza, by people in SWAT team outfits with semi-automatic weapons, and that's what the world is seeing. And you keep telling me that the problem is someone's getting yelled at a restaurant? I'm sorry.
You're conflating 2 different issues. I don't
Please,
understand.
please. Me saying this to you right now will hurt people in my own family, okay? Because this is a very important thing to us. And the fact that I still fucking care about being Jewish is embarrassing. I should just be a guy. But this feels like a stain on our history. And it feels like it's changed what being Jewish is. Because what being Jewish is isn't Israel. Judaism has existed for 4,000 years. This is a country for 75 years. I want to have.
I feel like I'm here to be lectured.
Oh my god.
Shut up. That's not nice. You can't talk that way. Why are one set of Jews more important than others?
No one's saying any.
What happened? You went to the beach in Israel?
Real.
What, you went to a restaurant or something?
No.
A nice restaurant?
No.
Like, listen,
Never
year,
even been to the Tel Aviv Pride Parade. So.
this is the year 2025.
Yeah.
The world is seeing something that looks terrible, and it's being done in my name. And I don't know what to do.
But the war began on October 7th.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it
Yes,
when Hamas systematically murdered and.
All right, that was clip number 1. What are we to make of that?
Well, the whole conversation is raw, and I think just worth watching as it's like cinema almost. As Adam is sitting there, kind of begging Richie Torres to reach him on a human level, to meet him on a human level,
I can't do this.
and Richie Torres just flatly refusing throughout it. Like Richie just kind of sticks to Wikipedia level talking points. Hebron massacre in the 1920s, and
My god.
and so this juxtaposition, this point counterpoint of like raw emotion being met with talking points,
Dude, I could have gotten it if I had
creates
charged
this
it. That was such a stupid attack.
this just disturbing scene. And there's also been a lot of criticism you've seen from the kind of more ultra left saying that why are we, because this has gotten so much attention, why are we quote unquote centering Jewish feelings?
Right?
And to me that's
That's what they're gonna say.
to me that's completely unfair criticism, because on the one hand you have heard a repeated criticism of the American Jewish community that they haven't spoken up enough to criticize and to separate themselves from Netanyahu's and Israel's genocide, which is being waged, according to Israel, on behalf of the Jewish community writ large, with a flag that has a Star of David on it. Like, that is their claim, that they stand for the Jewish people. So if Jewish people who do not agree with that are silent, that is affirming, that is used as affirmation that, in fact, the Israeli government does indeed speak for them. So the criticism has been they're not speaking up enough. So he speaks up and now saying, well, why are you centering Jewish feelings? Like, that to me is utterly inconsistent and unfair. Like, in fact, if a country is waging a genocide and saying that they're doing it in your name, it's not just appropriate for you to speak up about it. It's morally imperative for you to speak up about it, because if you don't, then it's a silent acknowledgement that that's true. They are doing that. And meanwhile, like Richie Torres kind of jokingly adopted George Santos's claim in this interview that he's Jewish.
Yep.
He was kind of serious.
Latino New Yorkers, 2 gay Latino New Yorkers
who were both Jewish. So the questions of identity are kind of shot through this, like, and yeah, we can, if you want to put up this capo tweet, like, to some defenders of Israel, Richie Torres really is the more Jewish. Like, your ideas around your approach to Israel, your thoughts as it relates to this genocide, determine whether or not you are Jewish in the eyes of some people.
Oh, I just want to say very quickly.
I can't read this. Do you want to read that, Griffin?
I just want to say
real quick. Oh, go for it.
Well, I just want to say very quickly, that is the exact argument conservatives detest when it is applied to Clarence Thomas or whomever else, right? That this idea that is, you are not, people will use the Uncle Tom slur,
That's like
but it's this idea that your identity isn't true, even though it's literally true. It isn't true unless you have the ideology baked into it. So anyway, that's what you're seeing in this tweet that Griffin just put up on the screen about Richie Torres.
It's from senior editor from the Free Press here. Yeah.
The role Friedland is playing is that of the capo, the Jew articulating and or acting out the wishes, conscious or unconscious, of the Gentile majority. This is literally the world's oldest or second oldest profession.
Right. Okay. Literally, it is not like I don't even understand like what remotely the guy's talking about there. And in the post right before that, he used a bunch of fancy words to call himself hating as well.
Yeah, because you know what Adam says in that clip, I guess, is that he's like, "Oh, I shouldn't even have to care about this," and I think he should just be a guy, not a Jewish person, and he I think is speaking to like. That as a comedian, like identity politics and all that stuff is typically something that you try to steer away from, that it's typically construed as lame to like lead with your identity when speaking on a subject. But when it comes to this subject specifically, like they're doing it in people like Adam's name.
And Adam kind of crashed out in the interview, and I don't mean that in a bad way. It was obviously like, truly, that's where some people on the right, who don't know Adam Friedland are watching this and saying this was such a win for Richie Torres. Richie Torres probably thinks it was a win for him too. He looks like he was calmly sitting there while he got badgered and pestered by a mentally unstable comedian. But if you follow Adam Friedland's work and you know Richie Torres from other appearances, it was a really I think it was a really important clash for someone who is Jewish to relay a lot of Jewish people's feelings about the conflict. I remember, Ryan, when the encampments were happening, you set up an interview for us with somebody. I think she was a senior at Columbia. They were doing Shabbat in their tent at the encampment, and it's just so absurd. Were there some anti-Semitic hangers-on? Of course, but it's so easy to dismiss people with those labels, and it just falls into the exact same territory that has the left, I think, dismissing black conservatives, female conservatives. You're anti-woman. You're not a real woman. You're self-loathing. It's the same thing, and I'm saying that just in the context of we're using an example from the Free Press that would editorialize against all of those uses, all of those applications of identity litmus tests.
So in this next clip, we also get, I think this is a clip where Adam kind of is able to totally break the sort of pro-Zionist talking point facade with some just really simple, straightforward rebuttals that you don't typically see on any mainstream news or in many of these conversations with Zionists. Let's take a listen.
What we're seeing right now is that members of the Israeli government are talking about clearing that shit out. And Trump, our president, is talking about putting a fucking jet ski museum there. And that's the reality right now.
That is the far right.
It's
that's
the
a
far
view that
right?
I reject. So.
What the far right? I'm talking about the government and the generals that are in charge of Israel.
The Ben-Gavirs, the Smotriches of the world, that's a view
They're
that I
the
reject.
cabinet.
Yes, and I reject them.
That's what Hamas is saying they want to do to Israel.
I'm sorry?
Hamas
murdered thousands of people, so there's no...
So what does that mean?
That Hamas is a terrorist organization for murdering innocent children and civilians.
How many civilians have been killed in this war?
The war is a tragedy, but
90% of them have been. 90% of them have been civilians. They've killed journalists. They've killed journalists.
People have been killed in a war. It's been a tragedy.
They've killed people waiting for aid.
But you're suggesting that it is the policy of the Israeli government to murder civilians, and that is a notion that I reject.
You gotta listen, man. You gotta be like a human being about this.
People who are dying in the war, which to me is a tragedy, because war is a tragedy.
Do you feel in your heart that this is what you're doing? What you're saying is right?
If you remove Hamas...
You don't actually think that.
I told you what I believe. Don't tell me what I believe. I've told you what I believe.
Why would you believe that?
Because there are people who see the world differently. I know it's a shock to you.
Why would you believe that? I feel like Adam's almost success, but simultaneously fatal mistake is assuming Richie Torres is a human. and trying to like relate to him on a human level when that was just never going to work out. But maybe that contrast and attempt.
But that's the tragedy too. Richie Torres is a human. Netanyahu is. Humans are capable of horrific evil, and that's something we always have to remember. Because if we forget that, then we'll set back and be a little bit too comfortable, and then all of a sudden these humans are doing these all too human things. Like I think we're a little bit too kind to our idea of humanity. Humanity is capable of deep evil.
Totally.
Yeah. But Friedland is a unique figure in the way that he engages with guests, and like lets pregnant pauses sit, says things bluntly.
Male Z-Way.
Yeah.
You heard it here first.
Is that what it is?
No. No, we
Griffin
and
disagrees.
argued about this off air.
Heard it here first.
Z-Way's
But
thing
it
was
is-
all Z-Way's thing was all just about being awkward, and usually awkward with like her friends, and like she rarely did like contentious stuff with strangers.
George Santos was pretty good. But
yeah.
But
So,
whole
anyway-
exchange thing. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, no, I was just going to say, I mean, this maybe 20 years ago, you would have seen something uncomfortable like this on The Daily Show, maybe, or in a print interview in like a zine. But this is really new that we see confrontations like this, I think, playing out, which is a good thing. I mean, I'm glad that we are able to watch Friedland versus Torres. I think it was actually instructive.
And the whole thing is just completely crazy because anybody watching it is like watching him define what a terrorist organization is as somebody who has quote unquote murdered thousands of people. Which again, whatever. And then I think the entire audience is like, wait a minute, that's your definition of a terrorist organization? Somebody who's killed thousands of people? By the way, Hamas on October 7th killed hundreds of civilians. Anybody would call that terrorism. To kill hundreds of civilians is terrorism. But what is it then to kill tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of civilians and to displace 2 million and to send suicide robots through Gaza City to blow up entire populated blocks? And so it just can't withstand the barest amount of scrutiny.
And that's why we don't get a lot of Democrats to come on our show for that very thing right there.
Well, I think it's actually more we don't try that much. Right?
Okay, Brian.
I think we could get
You're
more.
not in my inbox.
Well, so
you try hard.
But this
But
is what, like,
the interviews are often so boring. The Slotkin one is good. If we can get more centrists, that'd be good. But like,
I mean, we've tried Buttigieg, Newsom. We've tried every single person that will go on Brian Tyler Cohen or Pod Save, but will not come on here.
Oh, they won't
and
come
there's
on?
a
That's
very
interesting.
obvious reason why.
well, I think
we should start making that public and like
Oh, the
shame
people that
them.
won't come on Brian
This is the
Tyler
public
Cohen
side,
come
baby.
here? Wow, why?
I don't think
What
Richie
could
Torres
be-
expected
what could
to have
Brian
that
Tyler Cohen be
interview
involved in?
go
What could be
any other
associated
way.
with that?
I think he's pretty happy with how it went, and because he's getting support from people that we just like. I actually saw a lot of people on the right. It was sort of like an Inkblot experience, who definitely don't know the Friedland shtick, jumping in and being like, Richie Torres looked pretty good in this exchange or whatever, seeing it as an L for Friedland. And I think Torres is media savvy enough that he knows that. And there are a lot of Democrats who are media savvy enough that they know it's good to go back and forth with new media podcasts. Now, not a lot of Democrats. There's an increasing number of Democrats who want that. You know, they know people disagree with them. And they want it. So we'll see.
Well, speaking of media-savvy Democrats, that leads us nicely to our next story here. From our friend from this week, Taylor Lorenz, came out with an article in Wired. She was really hiding the big story from us. We were talking about cell phone bans earlier this week, but she came out with an article here in Wired. A dark money group is secretly funding high-profile Democratic influencers. An initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online offers influencers up to $8,000 a month to push the party line. All they have to do is keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content. It goes through a list of people who are doing it. It's a real who's who. It's people like David Pakman, Brian Tyler Cohen, more youth DNC influencers like Olivia Juliana. And there's been a lot of pushback, a lot of response videos. And where are we right now in this drama, Ryan?
Well, now you're in the, as is common with a Taylor Lorenz article, you're about in your fourth or fifth phase. It's every single time. So basically, what a lot of the people involved say is Brian Tyler Cohen and some others, like, it's not secret. We've done videos about it. Chorus has a website. You can apply for a chorus. Basically, what this is Democratic adjacent, and I think the DNC actually took over Chorus. The Kamala Harris campaign took over Chorus during the presidential campaign, and there's now some actual internally, I've heard there's some struggle over it, like different party factions like want to have the relationships with these different creators. And so there's a couple different things going on. One would be, regular stipends to people to say certain things or to not say other things. The other would be stipends for training to lift people up so that they can be independent content creators.
Well, what does that mean? Like, oh, here's how to make a thumbnail. Here's how to
no. But this is not dumb. Like, this is what the right has done. That it takes time to build up your audience and to build up the skills so that you're self-sustaining as an independent creator. Like that, anybody who's tried to do it from scratch will tell you that. Like, you're
Emily,
not paying rent.
I mean,
how are you gonna pay rent like on day one with 0 followers?
Well, you don't. You have it's a side job till it's a full job, like it is with everyone else that's creating independent media.
And so what Brian Tyler Cohen and others went, and they basically went to these very rich people and said, why don't you fund this network that will then seed people and help get them off the ground? The people that are doing the funding obviously then are going to fund people that they think are going to be beneficial to what they want. And that's where the corruption comes in. But go ahead.
Well, no, so I'll get to the right later, but if you could explain, so 1630 Fund, how are they organized and how is Chorus organized? Are we talking PACs? Are we talking C3s, C4s? What's going on?
1630 Fund's a dark money group. So you don't know, some of the donors who've been public in the past, enormous dark money organization that is linked directly to the Democratic Party. But it does not have to disclose its payments because that's what a dark money group is. And so 1630 Fund is funding Chorus. And so that's where the dark money connection comes from. So the argument that some of these creators are making is this has all been public. We have said we need to create a partisan network of creators, like Democratic partisans, basically.
Yeah, we got David Pakman here. Let's take a listen to him for a sec.
It's for years I've been saying the left needs to organize independent media in the way that
But all of these words are insane.
You're not
the left
independent. You're being
needs to
the
fund
left doesn't need to be more corrupt. That's not
the
what
way
we
that
meant
the
when we said
right
they need to
does.
start
The
breaking
right
rules
has
and
won
breaking
even
convention. Now they need to
arguably
be more corrupt,
presidential
like dark money.
elections
That's not what it
because they're
means.
organized
That's not what
with
it
regard to
means.
online and independent media. They're killing us. We've been so behind. And this kind of support
No, it's not.
for creators
This is such
is exactly what I've been advocating for.
But what is the
No,
and
this
keep
makes
going back
it
to this
seem
question.
like
What
Hillary
is
Clinton
the
is paying.
support?
That's all-
Because
that's what
I
people
don't
think.
think
That's
this
literally what
$8,000 a month, I think.
No, I get the money. I get that part. But I'm talking about
they had trainings.
Right, but the trainings, I'm like, I don't buy that some random Democrat company knows how to do a YouTube thumbnail or like knows how to do.
Well, they would hire
they'd
hire other content creators.
Well, to me, it seems like more like about. My guess is that the majority of the trainings that happen here are messaging. Are like, here's what we talk about. Here's how we like to talk about it. We want to push democracy. We want to support the Democratic Party. We don't want to be divisive. We don't want to create firing squads. Circular
I don't
firing
know.
squads.
As Chomsky always says, you don't need the genius of like. There's this famous interview that Glenn likes to play.
Yeah,
where
we played it for Don Lemon.
Yeah, we played it for Don Lemon.
Yeah.
Where this hack is like telling Chomsky, you think that I have this job because I've agreed to say certain things and because I've been trained to say certain things? And Chomsky says, no, of course not. But you have this job because they know you're going to say these things. And the things are obvious. Like, to me, you don't need to be trained in what, like, Democratic Party talking points are. Like,
so
everybody knows them. Let's see if Olivia Giuliana has a response yet.
I was going to say,
I'm checking her Twitter feed, but go ahead.
Here, but Emily, you go first.
I have it literally pulled up, but I mean, I always have it bookmarked, of course. Olivia Giuliana's Twitter feed, but it's
Google Alerts.
in the Wired story. The line is, creators in the program are not allowed to use any funds or resources that they receive as part of the program to make content that supports or opposes any political candidate or campaign without express authorization from Chorus in advance and in writing per the contract. So one of the functions here might be like a little catch and kill action. You're not going to get involved in a primary. You're not going to get involved with Mamdani. In fact, you actually might not be able to talk about Mamdani if, you're on the streaming equipment that you bought with part of your $8,000 a month, or you're using your StreamYard subscription that you bought with part of your $8,000 a month, because even though everybody's talking about Zohran Mamdani, you could run afoul of that. And Wired has a pretty hefty update correction on the article, as is customary to the point Ryan was making, but that is not among them. That there's nothing has been corrected to that point yet, and so I think that's a sort of crucial bit of information.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like they're not teaching you how to make YouTube thumbnails. That's my whole point. They're teaching.
I bet they are.
I mean, okay, maybe, but like, how much of that is? I don't know. It seems like they probably don't know how to do most of that. I work in a lot of media companies where corporations want to start a successful YouTube channel. They have no idea the space or the platform or the mechanics of in the way that someone who's just grinding on their own, doing it every day, analyzing the space. Same with TikTok as well. So yeah, it leads me to believe that the majority of this is closer to what Emily just described.
But the way that corruption generally works is it's much more subtle than that. Yeah, that point is key. Like, okay, like they're making it very clear. Like, if it wasn't clear already, we are the Democratic Party. You're gonna get money from us, and you're gonna do things that make the Democratic Party happy. Now, there's a couple creators in this list that they pointed to since who have been critical of Gaza. But that just means that they accept some people that go through the training and then continue to be critical of the Democratic Party's
like I said,
platform towards
if I
Gaza.
was setting up a dark money
Corruption doesn't mean that it influences every single person.
Further, like,
Some people take AIPAC money
just to give them
and vote against AIPAC. Like, it happens. But the idea is that you tilt the scales enough. That some are going to get away.
Have you never thought about what you would do?
And it's not just the $8,000 a month, and it's not just the amount that you spend, and what you can spend making videos. It's future. So much of corruption in America is about the promise of future wealth too. Where they string you along, and like that's how members of Congress are thoroughly corrupted.
Why wouldn't you do that?
They know that if they do the right thing while they're in office, once they leave office, they're going to be very, very rich people.
There's a great documentary on HBO called The Swamp. That it's actually like AOC's in it. At the time, the woman from California, I forget her name.
Okay, Katie Hill.
Katie Hill. Yep. Matt Gaetz and Thomas Massey. And Thomas Massey at one point walks out of the RNC, stands in the middle of First Street, and he's literally straddling Capitol Hill Club and RNC and RCC. And he's like, this is the actual architecture, the physical construction of Washington, that when you walk out of the party headquarters, you are walking right past the fundraising bar, essentially. And that is, I feel like the proximity is so powerful.
Yeah. I mean, my last thought is when I see a lot of the creators on this list, I've always thought, man, I hope they're getting paid for this.
Totally.
Right.
I mean,
yes.
Because it's
like,
so pathetic.
It's like you're doing the stanky leg at the DNC. I hope you're getting paid for that. Like, do you think Chorus is telling Brian Tyler Cohen to unbutton his shirt more and more? Like, is that the training they're giving?
Well, Brian, like he helped create Chorus. Like that's the weird part about this. He is a hardcore partisan Democrat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like nobody needs to tell him to be a hardcore partisan Democrat. That's what he is.
Right.
And so he's trying to build a network of hardcore partisan Democrats and get Democrats to fund it.
Right.
And it's happening out mostly in the open. It's cool that she got some of these contracts and stuff.
But I just have a final
he calls
word.
it the left, he calls it left and independent. And in his mind, I think he believes that.
Yeah, it's not true.
Mm-hmm. But it's to us, we're like, I'm sorry, what?
And I want to
you're
dish
not
at Emily-
independent media.
I want to
but
ask
you're
Emily
left.
this specific because he mentions like how the right succeeded so well in this.
Oh, this drives me
and I think there is
insane.
like, we've like seen Tim Pool or other people have gotten like, those big fundings and stuff.
Daily Wire, with enormous funding.
Daily Wire for sure, but like my sense is of like the whole podcast thing with Trump was like, a lot of this was like people who had like made a platform on their own and were kind of culturally right. Like Rogan, Theo Vaughn, Andrew Schultz, like they weren't like bred in like a right-wing chorus like think tank to get to their size, right?
Yes. So I think this does drive me a little bit insane because of course there are situations like the Tenet Media scandal. I think that was like 5 high-profile creators like Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, Lauren Chen, something like that, and they were just over the last couple of years after they were already big, cashing out for just dumb sums of money that they didn't need to be famous. It was just like padding their bottom line. It was like ridiculous. But they were already prominent and famous. And the reason that the right has a podcast ecosystem that's booming, if you look at the podcast charts, this gets misunderstood a lot. You have The Daily, NPR, Atlantic, all of those guys are up there right alongside Megyn Kelly, Ben Shapiro, Michael Knowles, whomever else. It's because the right was forced. The right, during the wave of cancel culture, was forced out of those outlets, and so was forced to create independent outlets. And sometimes those quote independent outlets are made by money from rich Republicans, of course, in the same way that George Soros at one point, didn't he have a controlling stake in the New York Times company, Ryan? It's not an insane comparison, even though it's on a much smaller scale. But yeah, partisan Republicans support, like a Paul Singer funds the Washington Free Beacon, and partisans. I'm trying to think of a Daily Wire funder.
Brian Tyler Cohen, number 10.
Yeah. But if you go to news podcasts,
Beating Tucker Carlson.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look at that. But anyway, so I just think this is a classic example of partisan centrist Democrats missing. Look at I've Had It. That's an example of what they should be doing. That's an example
points.
of.
Good for her.
Yeah, there we are. That's an example.
I'll take that, Travis Kelce.
Oh.
No. Does that mean our marriage news did better than his?
Wow.
But Tim Pool and I've Had It, those are examples of podcasts that actually are going to be more powerful. I'm not saying that it's strategically dumb for Dems to fund this vast network, but what they actually are looking for is people like Kyle, for example, who's very successful. They just don't consider Kyle a W for Democrats, and they shouldn't.
Right.
In the same way that they don't necessarily consider I've Had It a W for Democrats. And the right has seen Pool.
Which is hilarious because both those podcasts, all their advice is how the Democrats can win, how they can get back up on their feet.
I just is this, and Republicans just see Pool and Benny as ours, but also as W's because they understand they're moving the needle. But these were people who were forced out of the quote mainstream for various reasons, some good, some bad, and that's what happened. It wasn't this puppet master. There are puppet masters, but that wasn't the fuel for what happened on the right.
Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. Well,
You know,
this will
we
give
always
us
love to
more
tip our
days
caps
to
to
come.
Taylor
Yeah.
Lorenz and willing to poke the beehives. I saw her TikTok live yesterday where she was getting swarmed by the haters. You know, always got to tip my hat to that. All right. Well, up next,
All right,
we have
I should bounce.
Yeah, Ryan's going to bounce. We have an interview we just did with Dr. Mohammed Khalil, who was a doctor who just got back from his 3rd trip in Gaza. So look forward to that right now. All right, we are now joined by Dr. Mohammed Khalil. He's a spine surgeon from Dallas, and he has just gotten back from his, correct me if I'm wrong, 3rd trip to Gaza. Welcome to the show, doctor.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and so I guess, you know, you said a list of things that we could ask you about, but I guess we just first wanted to ask you, what was it like getting in and out of Gaza this most recent time?
It's actually become increasingly difficult. On the very first trip that I went to Gaza in April of 24, we went through the Rafah border, so we were able to bring in a lot of equipment. When I went back in November, as well as this time, you're pretty restricted on what you can bring in. The instructions are to just bring one suitcase, one carry-on, and it's limited to personal supplies. Logistically, it can be quite a challenge getting there, just because you can get a seat from the WHO as far as getting on the UN convoy, but you don't know until the night before if you're cleared by COGAT, which is the arm of the Israeli military that controls movement within Gaza. And so that clearance doesn't come in until about 10 or 11 p.m. the night before you're supposed to move at 6 in the morning. So we all go to Amman and we find out that night if we're getting in. Last time I went in November, one of my buddies was supposed to go with me and he got turned around and had to come back to Dallas.
When you first got there, you sent me a text that has kind of sat with me since then. Can you tell people what the doctor told you? See if you remember this. What the doctor who is the Palestinian doctor told you about whether or not you're going to have an eventful shift or not? Like how did doctors know whether or not their shift is going to be?
Oh yeah, this time around, it's almost a direct correlation with the GHF aid distribution, as well as when a truck would come through the Zakim border. So they would say, I mean, his words were, if you're lucky, there will be no aid distribution tonight. If you're unlucky, the ER is going to overflow. And I mean, he was 100% right. I mean, I think when I had gone before in November, we were at the same hospital at Ali up north, and it was mostly blast injuries from drone strikes and airstrikes. This time it was a good mix of blast injuries as well as these gunshot wounds from these aid distribution sites. I think everyone knows that, I mean, they describe them as death traps and they tell people not to go. But there's such a dire need with the malnutrition and starvation that people are just taking their chances and going and seeing if they can retrieve something.
Yeah, so I just want to sit with that for 1 second. So like here in the United States, if it's Friday or Saturday or like New Year's Eve or something, you tell me, like the ERs know to brace themselves. Like they're going to be more people, or maybe it's like New Orleans for the Super Bowl or something. Like it's probably going to be a busier night than a typical night. In Gaza now,
Oh my God.
if there is an aid distribution site open for a few hours, the ERs brace themselves every
100%.
single time. And did that bear out? Like in your case, if the aid distribution site was open, was his forecast correct? Like, did you then get overwhelmed?
Yeah. Exactly. That happened every time. And the thing is that they're already overwhelmed. Because, one example is Shifa Hospital that was destroyed, when I was there on the prior visit in November. And since then they've been able to get the ER back up and running to some degree. And they have, 200 semi-functioning beds. And when I say beds, I mean, these are stretchers with no mat on them. Like we actually, after operating on a patient, would put them back on a hard, plastic or metal stretcher with no mattress. And but in those beds, they had over 600 patients. So they're running at 250, 300% capacity. So when these ERs would fill up, I mean, these are patients laid on the floor, getting chest tubes put in, getting procedures done. And so, I mean, every time there was an aid distribution, you'd have so many patients on the floor. We would literally have to be walking over patients, walking through the ER.
Emily, you're muted.
Go ahead.
Having done multiple trips at this point, what difference did you notice when it comes to famine and hunger? Can you share your experience in treating patients and whether or not you saw an increase in people suffering from malnutrition and starvation?
Yeah, certainly. It takes a lot of calories to heal injuries and to heal wounds. And so this time around, the amount of people that were just visibly malnourished with very skinny arms and legs, like visible ribs, was very apparent. And you knew that a number of these injuries were going to end up infected, and they would end up infected very quickly. Like patients that we operated on at the beginning of the trip were coming back for washouts within a week or so. And it's just, usually you don't see infections develop that quickly because the body tries to fight off infection. So, I mean, there's a remarkable level of malnutrition, even among the people that we're working with. This time around, like I met a lot of the same doctors and hospital staff that I worked with before, and they've just lost even more weight. So, when they come in for a hug, you can feel their spinous processes at the back. You can feel their ribs, and a lot of people will show you what they look like before they lost all the weight. And I mean, the weight loss is dramatic even among the staff. Even like one of the last cases that we actually did, it's outside of orthopedics. It was actually our anesthesia, one of the anesthesia techs, sweetest lady, always smiling. The day before we left Ali Hospital, I went down to the OR and she was very somber, and I walked into the room and the neurosurgeon was operating on her husband who had been shot at an aid distribution site. Like, her husband was also an anesthesia tech at Kamal Adwan Hospital, did not leave when a patient was in the OR, was kidnapped for 7 months in Israeli prison. She didn't know where he was, and then he showed up one day, so she was happy to have him back, but then he went to an aid distribution and got shot in the head. So, I mean, even the staff that we're working with are suffering the same starvation that the people are.
How did he die? How did he survive the gunshot?
Miraculously, he survived. Like, we were getting updates from now. Like, so the neurosurgeon and one of our orthopedic surgeons scrubbed into the case as well, and they picked out shrapnel, and he had exposed brain matter, so they were taking out pieces of the skull from the brain, and he ended up in the ICU. When we checked on him right before we left, he was still non-responsive, but now he is responsive, still not communicative, but able to follow commands.
What about your own safety? We've been covering a lot this week. The double tap strike at the Al Nasir Hospital that took out, medics and journalists. Some reports are now saying it may have been a triple or even quadruple tap.
BBC found a quadruple. Yeah, 2 tanks.
It just keeps going up. So how did you feel about your own safety? And I guess sort of a part 2 of this question is, you come on shows like ours after these experiences to share them. Do you feel like the Israeli government is starting to become aware of that? Are you worried that they may not let you back in another time?
I think the first question, yeah, there were definitely, this time around, we had more close calls than on prior trips. When you go up north, you have to go between hospitals to get cases done. So like I did a few spine cases. I would have to go to another hospital called Sahaba. So they load you up into an ambulance and drive you over to do the cases. And so the last trip, I was a little bit more liberal in going around town, and there were a couple of close calls just due to that. But this time, there were various. We're in a privileged position, being American and European teams. They take our safety as a high priority, both on the UN side as well as on the side of the other Palestinian teams, and probably from the Israeli side as well, because their drones overhead continuously. They always know, I think, where we are. But there were a few times where there were strikes very close to us, because we were in Gaza City. I think there was